Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the Homeworthy and KBIS Live Studio. I'm Alison Kenworthy, founder of Homeworthy, and we are coming to you live once again from the show floor in Orlando, Florida. After an incredible kickoff yesterday, the energy here at KBIS is only building. With more than 650 exhibitors across nearly 500,000 square feet of innovation, this is where the future of kitchen and bath design is unveiled in real time. We're proud to be the official media partner of KBIS, presented by the National Kitchen and Bath Association, the leading professional organization for the kitchen and bath industry in North America. And today, we're even diving deeper into the trends, technologies, and conversations shaping what's next. From breakthrough product launches to candid conversations with top designers, architects, and brand leaders, we're bringing you the stories behind the most talked about moments of the show. And joining us now is Houston-based interior designer and KBIS ambassador, Benjamin Johnson, also goes by Ben, known for his sophisticated layered approach to classic design. Ben is here to share the top trends he's spotting across the industry, give us an insider's perspective on what's standing out at KBIS this year, and tell us about his debut book, Refined Interiors, Timeless Homes for Modern Living, published by one of our favorites, Rizzoli. Welcome to our studio.
I am so delighted to be here, and I appreciate it. This is going to be fun.
We're so excited to chat with you all about your book, all about KBIS, and I have to say, your Homeworthy episode is coming out today.
Today?
We are so excited
Oh my God, that's
launch
exciting.
it. What was the filming experience like?
The
for
filming
you?
was great. You know, I think that I always love to be able to share our home. You know, we put a lot into our home. We really took a lot of risks that we wanted to see, you know, show clients that these things can be done, and we had a really fun time doing it, so I love sharing it.
Do you feel like your home is sort of like, you're kind of a guinea pig on what you can try out with clients, you try out on yourself first?
100%. You know, I think a lot of times I always encourage interior designers to really think about their homes as a laboratory, a design laboratory, so that they're constantly pushing the boundaries, breaking rules, trying to really stretch creatively, and I think that that is something we went into the building of our home and the design of our home with that mindset.
How would you describe your personal style for your own home? I know it varies for clients, but when it comes to you, how do you describe your taste?
I think I have a neoclassical sensibility. Like I love even modern design that's situated within the classical design principles. So I think I always go back to the classics, but I love to really push the boundaries when it comes to modern art, modern furnishings, and I love the juxtaposition between those two styles.
Let's talk about your beautiful new book. You are featuring 8 of your projects.
I am.
How did you select the projects to be featured in this book?
That's a great question. You know, I think when we really looked at this as a process, we really looked at it from the standpoint of curating 8 projects that really spanned a lot of different styles. So we looked from everything from kind of more traditional and transitional projects all the way to very modern projects. Ones with a nautical influence, ones with that were kind of inspired by the client's love of yachts, all the way to things that were felt very organic modern. So it was a really fun process of pulling those projects together.
So what are we seeing on screen right now?
We are seeing a beautiful project that was featured in the book, and that is a dining room, and one of the 8 projects. Here we're seeing another project that's actually in that project I referred to as Organic Modern.
What's on the wall?
That is a beautiful, almost aubergine plaster finish on the wall.
Gosh.
It's really, really gorgeous.
And the fireplace is beautiful too.
Thank you.
What's here?
This is a gorgeous spiral staircase, also done with kind of a cream-colored plaster on the walls, and we really love using some of our favorite artisans like Fulber Pottery. That's a gorgeous plaster piece, or I should say ceramic piece by Judy Adams, and I absolutely love it on that center table. This is a lovely little cozy nook, a coffee bar that's part of the client's family kitchen area.
When you work with a client, where do you start with them?
We always start by kind of a real commitment to understanding what they find to be beautiful. So we interview them, we talk about how they want to feel in their space, what memories they want to create there, what are their favorite colors, what are their favorite textures. We really want to understand what the mood is for every space, because I think some spaces are meant to be kind of experienced in the morning, afternoon, and evening, and sometimes you need spaces that kind of serve all those purposes. So we really want to understand what kind of entertaining, what kind of living is happening in those spaces.
And let's talk a little bit about KBIS.
Yes.
What's been your experience so far? Isn't this place incredible?
This is incredible. This is my first time here at KBIS, so this was a little bit like...
I hope you brought comfy shoes.
Comfy shoes, but also it's just like a feast for the eyes and the senses. And there's so much information to take in that's really exciting as well. My experience has been great. I get to see friends and colleagues that I haven't seen since previous, kind of events like this. But being here at the world's largest kitchen and bath show is really a wonderful experience.
And are you discovering new brands that you hadn't known about before?
I am not only discovering new brands, I'm also catching up with all of these new products that some of my most trusted vendors and resources have come out with since I worked with them the previous time. So it's really wonderful to kind of get educated while I'm here.
So your interiors always feel layered and thoughtful, but still livable. How do you attain that look?
You're very kind to say so. I like to think it's because ultimately I drill down to function all the time. My training is as an architect, so I always think about how is this going to be functioning in the space? How is it going to be comfortable? How is it going to be livable? And we also use fiber technologies and material technologies that allow us to have durable surfaces. One of the highlights from KBIS is a company called More Surfaces, and they do a treatment to marble to make it etch and stain proof. It's a surface that I've used in my own house, and you'll see that in the Homeworthy episode. But I also love the fact that it can give livability to people who really want beautiful stone, but don't want to have a headache about using it every day.
What would be a small, unexpected detail that you like adding to a project that kind of adds a big punch?
I think probably for me, I love the jewelry. The jewelry being lighting and a very thoughtful use of lighting, and also hardware. The things that really people have to touch or that illuminate their space and their eyes are drawn to.
And when you approach a project or you approach a room, where do you start?
I actually, believe it or not, again, start with a functional floor plan. And so I'll draw everything in floor plan.
Going back to your roots.
Going back to my roots, and I want to show the client different ways that we can use those spaces. So like that dining room, am I going to do a round table, a square table, a rectangular table? How does it fit in that space? And then that really becomes the start of a conversation that really shapes all the other elements in the room.
Did you know from a young age that this is what I want to do? I feel like you just sort of exude this all-encompassing love for architecture and design.
I think I always knew from a young age that I wanted to do something in the creative arts and wanted to make that the way that I supported myself and others through the work. But I think my original love was actually production design. So really thinking about film production, theater production, the sets that are created to tell those stories, and it really translated from that to architecture, and then from architecture to interiors, and now full circle, we're all the way back to doing architecture and interiors as a full-service licensed architecture firm.
I'm sort of sensing this through line of story. How
Yes.
does storytelling influence your work?
So important, because I'm not just telling my story in a space. I have to be kind of the storyteller for other clients. And so I really, again, go through a very careful process of understanding what really speaks to them. I don't want somebody to come into their home and say, wow, it looks like Ben has been here in their home and has done all this for you. I want them to come in and say, wow, this is the most beautiful reflection of you. So that's really my goal. And so storytelling has always been essential to that approach.
Well, I think that's so important to listen to your client and then
I think so.
because they can lead you in places that you might not otherwise would have expected.
Totally, and that's actually where the variety in the 8 projects that we feature in the book really come from. They all come from because our clients are such different people.
Sure.
None of our projects look the same because of that commitment, and so that's something that's really exciting for me as well.
So the title of your book, Refined Interiors, Timeless Homes for Modern Living, what does modern living mean to you?
I think it goes back to a little bit about what you were saying in terms of, at its core, it's a livable, functional space. But I also think it's done with great intention because, again, as a storyteller, you have to really be cognizant and aware of what the space is doing and what it's creating in order to really have impact.
Talk to me about, I want to know some good gossip or whatever you can tell me without naming names. But what is like the biggest hurdle you've ever run into on a project? And how did you solve it?
I think
or maybe you don't have any of these problems.
No, I think all designers, have faced these problems. I think sometimes, one of the things that I used to think I could manage better were clients whose expectations were very unreasonable or they might not be fully in touch with reality. And I think those have been probably the biggest hurdles, just because I think it really takes stepping up the level of communication and really establishing trust to get those projects over the finish line.
And then, have you ever been stumped when you've approached a project or a room or thought, oh my gosh, what am I going to do here?
Actually, that's my favorite moment, is being stumped.
No, it's not.
It is, because honestly, what it's really saying to me is that I am being faced with a question that I have never had to deal with before. And I know it's really an opportunity for me to grow, an opportunity for me to think beyond the conventional. And so I really love being stumped. That's actually a favorite.
And then how do you sort it out? You just think on it and it comes to you in your dreams?
Well, luckily I have an amazing team, and we kind of we roundtable conversation. We roundtable thought exercises and explorations to kind of figure out, well, how is the best way to solve this problem? And I love hearing from a diversity of voices, and then as a team, we really settle on what we think is the best solution moving forward.
Bringing it back to KBIS.
Yes.
You are a judge.
I am a judge this year, yes.
Tell us about this experience.
Well, it was a really wonderful experience. We did the judging yesterday, and winners will be announced this evening at the Best of KBIS show at 4 o'clock. So I'm really excited to be there. I'll be there to present some of the awards as well.
And what were you judging?
We judged across several different categories, everything from kind of best of bath, and so anything related to bath, from plumbing to fiber technology or material technology, all the way through, thinking about even systems like water filtration systems, and thinking about how you could recycle water in a shower environment. So there was some really, really neat things that I had never heard of, and they're germs of ideas that I think with the even further development, they're going to be really impactful in our industry.
If we talk about the jewelry in some of these rooms,
sure.
A kitchen and a bathroom, what are those moments, aside from sort of hardware? What do you love? What's a finishing touch for a kitchen that you love to see? And this is a beautiful kitchen here.
Thank you. Well, I think about the materiality is probably one of the things that I get most excited about. The surfaces, like beautiful stone, beautiful tile. That's super inspirational to me. And also lighting and hardware is super key. And it's really exciting. Several of the vendors that I've used in my projects are represented here at the show.
Lily, can we go back to that photo? Look at this beautiful chair, though, that you put in the bathroom. It's like a piece of art.
It's actually cast bronze, and it's from a fellow designer, Reagan Hayes, who's a dear friend of mine, and she made, that's the original chair. And it's cast out of bronze, and we did it in a lovely cowhide for the seat. Anyway, love it.
And what are you most excited about in terms of trends for 2026? You might not be a trend guy with your timeless interiors.
I think trends are really important to keep your eye on. Be aware of what's happening in the industry, and anything that you sense as being a little too trendy, you're seeing a bit too much saturation, I typically try to stay away from those things. But what I think is super smart about KBIS is that, of course, you're going to be exposed to things that are also cutting edge, coming out in the market for the very first time. So you really can't call those trends yet. You really call them kind of outliers that are going to hopefully be building towards something really super and exciting.
Sure. Well, Ben, we're so excited for all that you have going on. This sounds like a big moment in your career. Everybody tune in to Ben's Homeworthy episode out today, and also pick up a copy of Refined Interiors, Timeless Homes for Modern Living, published by Rizzoli. Ben, thank you so much for joining today.
This has been my pleasure.
Have fun at the rest of KBIS.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we've got Christina Christopher, the VP of Marketing for Coletto Brands and Kichler Lighting. She joins us straight from the Next Stage panel to break down the art of layered living and why lighting changes everything. See you in just a few minutes. How fun.
Brought to you by Monogram, CAFÉ and GE Profile.
Built for America is a lot bigger than just making a product in a building.
The best in class, best quality ranges.
Some of the highest quality top freezer refrigerators in the country.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of dishwashers every day.
In comparison to our competitors, nobody else has the distribution delivery capabilities that we do.
We run over 72 miles of steel a day.
We are designing them, we're sourcing them, we're building them, we're distributing them right here.
That's what Built for America means to me.
Great design isn't just what we see, it's how we live. And at NKBA KBIS, we believe great design begins with connection. Connection to people and products, to insight, to opportunity. We are a global community of creators and innovators, designers, builders, brands, educators, coming together at KBIS, the largest North American event for kitchen, bath, and whole home design, where borders blur, ideas collide, and the future of design is on full display. Our award-winning research reveals what's now and what's next. From design and lifestyle trends to economic forecasting, we equip our members to lead with confidence. At NKBA, we believe growth is a journey. That's why we offer industry-recognized certifications and continuing education that elevate every career stage, from student to CEO. Whether you're mastering sustainability, smart home design, or business strategy, we give you the tools to lead with purpose. And with 70+ local chapters, NKBA connects professionals where it matters most, in your community. Because connection doesn't end when the show floor closes. It lives in the relationships we build year-round.
Nobody has welcomed me like the NKBA. They've become my friends and my family and my community.
I launched Free Power at KBIS 2024, never having been before, and it was the best thing that we've done for the company.
Anyone that's looking to become a certified kitchen and bath designer, do it for yourself, do it for your business, and do it for the valuable insight you will get into this industry.
From the kitchen to the bath and the spaces in between. From your first project to your next breakthrough. From local communities to the global stage, we are empowering design through connection. Join us and help shape what's next.
Welcome to KBIS, the premier destination for luxury kitchen and bath design.
For any of those luxury designers that specialize in kitchen and bath, they absolutely view KBIS as the place to come. They know that everybody is going to bring their best, showcase beautiful design.
KBIS is huge for seeing what products are out there. The luxury is really in the details. It's really about curating an environment that really elevates your daily life.
Here, industry-changing innovation meets unparalleled sophistication, designed to inspire and elevate your projects to new heights.
Whether you are a designer or design support or project manager or a specifier, there is something for everyone who touches the home in some capacity at this show.
KBIS is such a wonderful show because there are so many brands here and you see so many innovative products.
KBIS is more than a show. It's an opportunity to enhance your craft and stay ahead of the curve.
The subject matter, the experts who are there, they're really talking about how we bring luxury into design, whether it's kitchen design, bath design, or interiors.
And having great education, like in Luxury Lounge. I mean, these are really great opportunities for designers to stay on the forefront of what is coming.
This is where luxury designers, architects, and brands cultivate new relationships and grow their business.
It's about collaboration. It's about coming together, the design community, talking about topics, sharing our knowledge with each other.
The networking, the brands that come to this, the educational opportunities. I know that when I come to KBIS, I'm going to get a chance to speak in person to some of the designers that I really want to talk to.
Be inspired, elevate your vision, and join the industry at KBIS.
Well, I think it's the premier event. I think this is the place to be. So there's nowhere else to be but KBIS.
Brought to you by Monogram, CAFÉ and GE Profile.
The Built for America is a lot bigger than just making a product in a building.
The best in class, best quality ranges.
Some of the highest quality top freezer refrigerators in the country.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of dishwashers every day.
In comparison to our competitors, nobody else has the distribution delivery capabilities that we do.
We run over 72 miles of steel a day.
We are designing them, we're sourcing them, we're building them, we're distributing them right here.
That's what Built for America means to me.
Great design isn't just what we see, it's how we live. And at NKBA KBIS, we believe great design begins with connection. Connection to people and products, to insight, to opportunity. We are a global community of creators and innovators, designers, builders, brands, educators, coming together at KBIS, the largest North American event for kitchen, bath, and whole home design, where borders blur, ideas collide, and the future of design is on full display. Our award-winning research reveals what's now and what's next. From design and lifestyle trends to economic forecasting, we equip our members to lead with confidence. At NKBA, we believe growth is a journey. That's why we offer industry-recognized certifications and continuing education that elevate every career stage, from student to CEO. Whether you're mastering sustainability, smart home design, or business strategy, we give you the tools to lead with purpose. And with 70+ local chapters, NKBA connects professionals where it matters most, in your community. Because connection doesn't end when the show floor closes. It lives in the relationships we build year-round.
Nobody has welcomed me like the NKBA. They've become my friends and my family and my community.
I launched Free Power at KBIS 2024, never having been before, and it was the best thing that we've done for the company.
Anyone that's looking to become a certified kitchen and bath designer, do it for yourself, do it for your business, and do it for the valuable insight you will get into this industry.
From the kitchen to the bath and the spaces in between. From your first project to your next breakthrough. From local communities to the global stage, we are empowering design through connection. Join us and help shape what's next.
Welcome to KBIS, the premier destination for luxury kitchen and bath design.
For any of those luxury designers that specialize in kitchen and bath, they absolutely view KBIS as the place to come. They know that everybody is going to bring their best, showcase beautiful design.
KBIS is huge for seeing what products are out there. The luxury is really in the details. It's really about curating an environment that really elevates your daily life.
Here, industry-changing innovation meets unparalleled sophistication, designed to inspire and elevate your projects to new heights.
Whether you are a designer or design support or project manager or a specifier, there is something for everyone who touches the home in some capacity at this show.
KBIS is such a wonderful show because there are so many brands here and you see so many innovative products.
KBIS is more than a show. It's an opportunity to enhance your craft and stay ahead of the curve.
The subject matter, the experts who are there, they're really talking about how we bring luxury into design, whether it's kitchen design, bath design, or interiors.
And having great education, like in luxury lounge. I mean, these are really great opportunities for designers to stay on the forefront of what is coming.
This is where luxury designers, architects, and brands cultivate new relationships and grow their business.
It's about collaboration. It's about coming together, the design community, talking about topics, sharing our knowledge with each other.
The networking, the brands that come to this, the educational opportunities. I know that when I come to KBIS, I'm going to get a chance to speak in person to some of the designers that I really want to talk to.
Be inspired, elevate your vision, and join the industry at KBIS.
Well, I think it's the premier event. I think this is the place to be. So there's nowhere else to be but KBIS.
Welcome back, everyone. She's taken forgotten houses and turned them into stunning family-ready homes, all on the show Morgan Mansions. Please welcome HGTV and Magnolia Network star and award-winning host and interior designer, Tamara Day. Welcome, Tamara.
Thank you
for
so
stopping
much.
by.
Oh, thanks for having me. This is so fun.
Well, aren't you proud?
I am so proud. Yes.
Was this a labor of love? Tell us about it.
It absolutely is. It has been 10 years of projects that we've done. I'm super proud of every single photo in here because that is a decade's worth of work.
So talk to us about the title, Laid Back Luxe. What does that mean to you?
It means, like, I have 4 kids. It's a busy life.
I don't know how.
It's a lot.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
And I'm thinking about me with my 3rd on the way, and I'm thinking about you.
I didn't even notice.
Well, it
You
is sort
fabulous.
of a forgiving outfit, but 4 kids.
Yes.
And they've been along for the journey.
They have. My daughter was 2 when it all started, and now she's 13. My son was, 12, and he's now 22. It's been a long journey, and they've kind of grown up with this whole idea that anything's possible, because I'm sitting here right now.
So you need laid back luxe when you have 4 kids?
You definitely do. I love luxury, but with 4 kids I can't have everything perfect.
Yeah,
it's got to be relaxed, and I want people to feel at home. I want, when you come to my house, I don't want you to feel like everything's too precious and perfect and you can't sit on the couch. I want you to curl up with the blanket that's thrown over the couch and be comfy.
So how have you achieved that look where it's a family-friendly home, but it also feels sophisticated and adult-like at the same time? What are your tips?
I would say I'm maximalist. I love stuff. I like pretty things. I think teaching my kids that just don't touch these things.
Do you do that? You taught them to sort of like, hey, try not to touch that couch.
Oh no, not big stuff. Big stuff, it's all performance fabric, and you know what? I love them more than I love the couch. And so it's gonna be okay. We're gonna figure it out, kind of thing. But I'd say, like, maintaining it and living with it in a way that feels functional is the big priority.
Have you had any big mishaps and you're like, why did I buy that?
I think the biggest mishap was, why did anybody bring a Sharpie marker into my house?
Okay, I can't believe you just brought that up, because we have a 2-year-old daughter, and my husband came to me and he said Grace colored all over the den floor. And all I said was, she found the blue Sharpie. And he's like, how did you know that? And I was like, because I just know it. She climbed up onto my desk, she grabbed the blue Sharpie, and she just colored all over the carpet. And I didn't even know what to do. Yeah. So now I'm just gonna get like a little throw faux sheepskin thing and just cover it. Because, I mean, how am I gonna get a blue Sharpie marker out of carpet?
You're not.
Unless you have a trick, 'cause I don't know it.
I don't. My issue was 3 boys with a Sharpie marker, and they had watched Pirates of the Caribbean, and so they went through the house while Mom was not home and Dad was taking a nap, and X marks the spot, and the little dots along all the walls and doors and trim work up the stairs.
That's worse than mine.
We had to repaint everything.
At least it wasn't wallpaper.
There was some.
There was some?
There was some.
So what do you hope people take away from this book as they look through it?
You know, I think one of the things that we did really well with this book is make it attainable for somebody that lives in an apartment, but also lives in a giant house. Like, there are step-by-step instructions of how to achieve a laid-back luxe look, and each room has a checklist. This says, do this, 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 and this, and you will get a laid-back luxe look.
And how have you kind of segmented the book? There's something on accessories, there's something on storage. How have you sort of chaptered it?
We've done room by room and really talked about like the exterior of your home and what that means, and walking through into your entryway. And each of the spaces has its own intentional moment, and we show big spaces and small spaces and how you accomplish that. So it's not all giant, grand rooms. A lot of it are the nooks and crannies where we maximize space.
Well, speaking of big homes, this is sort of something that for the past, how many years now have you had the show?
A decade.
A decade. You find these big, beautiful homes and you transform them. Walk us through the process.
Wow. We do. The first 2 seasons, I owned all the properties, and we found them, renovated them, sold them. It was wild, and now we transitioned to client-based homes. Wow, I'm like watching this.
It's like a blast from the past.
Yes, it really is, and it's fun. It's with my dad. So my dad taught me everything I know, except for about design.
You figured that out on your own?
I got that one from me.
But let's go back for a second. I want to come back to the show, but speaking about your dad, you grew up on a farm.
Yes.
And sort of learn some of these skills from a young age?
Yeah, my parents are both farm kids, and so very DIY mentality growing up. They were always house poor, so we had really great neighborhoods, the biggest house they could afford, and there was practically nothing in it.
Oh my gosh.
So I think my love of design came from lack of design.
Oh, that's funny.
And that now I love the full, more luxe look, and I learned how to do the work of it from my dad.
So on the show, talk to me about how you take these worn down houses and turn them into something beautiful. What does that process look like for people who are, maybe new to the show, even though you've been around for 10 years, and everybody should know about the show?
I would say, I think what we do differently is that I actually get physically in the house and do the demo myself. And I'm doing a lot of the work myself. I'm doing the floors and the tile and the paint and the wallpaper, hanging the light fixtures. And while I'm capable of all of those things, I may not be a master of any kind of situation, but I've got smarter people surrounding me that can teach me, and I've gotten to learn all of those kinds of things and then become more proficient at it. And I think that's what's really different. I'm not just a designer. I'm not just a flipper. It's a little bit of all of it in one, and it's a great relationship with my dad.
What's it been like filming with your dad?
Well, he's funny. I'm not so funny.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely the humor. I'm the serious, and I'm the one, let's get this done. My dad's a chatty Cathy, so he loves to chat with everybody, and he's just fun. It's been really fun.
How do you find these homes?
Gosh, we do casting calls. And, it's a very different process than a client project, because I get that big reveal that's so fun.
And you also get it in TV time a bit? It's expedited? I mean, how long do these take to remodel a house?
3 months.
That's fast.
It's super fast. And so I've learned to pivot
really, really well. And sometimes the wallpaper I want may not show up in time. And so we've got to switch to something that can show up in time. And being okay with those quick changes is something I wasn't used to before.
Okay, so if you're doing a house in 3 months, okay, that may not be a realistic timeline for anybody who's
Never
doing a house.
I don't suggest it.
But if somebody wants kind of a speedy process, say they're like, okay, how do I get my house done in under a year or 6 months to a year?
Yes.
What are your tricks or your insider tips?
I think just like every designer, like having a real solid game plan before you pick up a hammer.
Yeah.
Like having that plan in place, not rushing anything. Like rushing is going to make it slow down, in my opinion. And so I think putting that whole game plan together, sticking to a plan, sticking to a path, and then executing the ordering before you ever start. And in this world of, product coming in slow and you never know when things are going to show up, getting it all into a storage pod before you ever do demo.
Oh, that's smart.
Is a number one thing I suggest.
You have everything waiting.
You have every valve and faucet and tile, wallpaper, everything is sitting there, ready to roll the minute it's needed, and everything's checked in, there's a process to it. But every time I do a project where we're in a hurry, got to get it done by a holiday, it doesn't usually work out.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's too fast.
So for viewers at home, what's one bold or easy change they can make to their room to sort of tie it all together if they're feeling like, yikes, I feel like this is not a cohesive look?
I mean, paint is the real simple, obvious answer, right? A great paint color that you can run through and have complementary colors with it, I think is the number one easy, inexpensive way to accomplish a look. But I love my wallpaper.
I know, but I think that there have been so many advancements with peel and stick.
Yes.
I mean, really, you almost can't tell the difference.
No, I have a line of peel and stick with roommates, and I love it. It's so fun and changeable.
Right, exactly. And we rent in New York City. I've always got one foot out the door of that city. I never know how long we're going to last. I've been there for 13 years. I'll probably be there forever. But we did a peel and stick wallpaper in our kids' bedroom.
Oh,
and
yes.
Because we're renting, I didn't want to put up, real wallpaper, and nobody can tell.
No, it looks gorgeous. It does.
So, if there are actually other renters who are watching, what are simple, so we've got the paint, we've got the peel and stick. What would be other easy fixes?
I think there's a lot of new advancements with tile that you can do that are, like you can do a whole backsplash on like a hardy board and lean it in place and wrap the corners, make it look nice, but have it be removable.
Oh, that's so smart.
And so I think that's one of the really cool things that you could do as a renter to upgrade things but not have a permanent finish.
Well, and as we are at KBIS talking about kitchen and baths, how do you like to approach a kitchen or a bathroom when it comes to design?
Gosh, I mean, this place is so inspiring. I mean, there's so many ideas. I would say that I like to start with like inspiration boards like we all do, right? So starting there, I think where I begin is the cabinetry. I want to plan out the door styles, get that feel, get that floor plan figured out, and then we move on to color and texture and the tiles and the lights and all the fun things.
And for you, what's the jewelry of a kitchen?
Oh, if I have a fun client that lets me do tile is probably my favorite.
And are you talking tile like backsplash, or are you talking tile? Where are you talking tile?
Everywhere. I love doing tile floor to ceiling, and that's one of my favorite projects that we've done is where we just wrap all the wall space in the kitchen in tile in one color, but different shapes, and create like a pattern in the tile that feels historic because we love the big, oh, there it is.
Okay, let's talk about this. What's going on?
Yes, that is tile, and more tile, but this is all one colorway in all the shapes that color comes in, and creating this custom pattern to really wrap the whole room. All three sides are wrapped floor to ceiling, and durability.
Yep.
I mean, this is luxe, but it is laid back because you can wipe that down.
Sure.
And you could magic eraser that Sharpie off these walls. You can?
Yes.
This is beautiful. This is like mixed metals, and I feel like it's, you know, mixing gold and silver jewelry.
Absolutely. And then tiling the hood, an unexpected place. And so really, I love the light fixtures, the cabinetry. Love that client. They were lovely.
I love that countertop.
Isn't that great? So one of my tricks, the waterfall, love it for the right project, but this one, where we actually took the stone down the side but set it in the counter underneath, so it had the lip like a typical countertop, and then did the base board out of the stone as well.
That's beautiful. And there was actually just a photo up a moment ago that was a laundry room.
Yes.
And you, like, don't even forget the laundry room.
No, I'm telling you, I put tile everywhere.
But that's a good trick to know. I mean, I never really thought about that.
So durable. And if you do a neutral palette with just textural elements, it really is a game changer for a space, especially with kids.
So as we look ahead to another season of Bargain Mansions, tell us what we can expect.
Color. I love all the color I'm seeing here. I love the colorful appliances, especially.
Ooh, that's fun.
Really loving that. And I'm really impressed with all the new hardware I'm seeing. I think hardware on appliances is elevated in a big way this market.
That's interesting, and a way to add luxe.
Exactly. I think it just feels more elegant.
You've got obviously a lot going on. You've got the show, you've got the book, you're here at KBIS, you're an ambassador and a judge.
Yes, that was so fun.
Tell us about that experience.
It was wonderful. 5 minutes in each space. So I got the fast rundown of all the products and feel like I learned so much. I saw crazy beautiful things and really understand the products that I saw, which was really a huge benefit. I was like, could you just come with me through the whole market, please?
Is there something that you've seen that's really kind of wowed you and you're going to put now in all of the homes that you work on?
Well, I love natural stone.
Yep.
But marble's tough for some people.
Why is that?
I mean, the porosity, the durability of a marble. My own house, I have marble, but I'm good with that. You know, that's etching, it's living. But I'd love it to not do that. And so there is a product I found yesterday called More, and it is a coating, kind of like when you go get your nails done, the gel nails. It's a liquid they put on your countertops and then UV light it. Super thin. You can't feel it. You can't see it. It can be honed. It can be polished. Beautiful.
So basically it's friendly for families. You can have that look that you want and not feel like if you spill a red wine or cut a lemon, it's going to get wrecked.
Exactly.
It really is amazing how much technology is coming out just across the board in all sort of aspects of kitchen and bath.
Well, and I've seen really cool technology in the KitchenAid double oven. I don't know if you've seen that yet. It has a camera. In the oven.
So you can, watch it on your phone or something?
AI inside it. And so you can put your food in the oven, and it goes, ooh, that looks like a yummy pizza. Do you like it crispy or chewy?
Oh my gosh.
And you just click that, and it turns it on to the right temperature, no preheating, and turns it off when it's done.
I can even do that.
And you get a video, and it says, here's how it's looking. You can watch it live stream, or like you're making your grandma's favorite recipe, you can send her a video of it cooking and show her how well you did. It's crazy.
Wild.
AI, I think that's the best use of AI I've ever seen.
Well, we actually have a conversation coming up in a little bit all about AI and how it's kind of impacting the design world and how it's being used, and that's fascinating.
Right?
Well, I am so excited for a new season of Bargain Mansions, your new book, Laid Back Luxe, all that you have going on. Tamara, thank you so much for stopping by today, and have fun walking the show.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having me. This was a blast.
Thank you. And don't go away. Next up, we have award-winning designer Ariane Belazaire. She's joining us. You know her from Extreme Makeover Home Edition, and she's sharing her take on luxury design and the biggest trends she's spotting here at KBIS. Don't go away. See you in a few. Congratulations.
Yay.
This is so fun. How was the process for you? How long?
This segment is sponsored by GE Appliances. Explore good things for life, built for America.
This is your new kitchen assistant. Grocery planning shouldn't feel like a chore. There's a smarter way to handle your grocery list. With Scan to List, Just scan items as you finish them, and they're instantly added to your digital shopping list, even while someone else is doing the shopping. Or have your groceries delivered directly to your door. Food waste happens, but it doesn't have to. With Fridge Focus, an interior camera keeps you connected to what's inside your fresh food drawers, so you never end up with duplicates or let fresh ingredients go to waste. Meal planning doesn't have to be stressful. Give your brain a break and follow simple step-by-step guides with a built-in recipe app. With plenty of recipes to choose from, your next inspired meal is just a tap away. Scan the QR code to learn more about this GE Profile refrigerator.
Hey Homeworthy fans, Garo Kedigan here, New York City interior designer. Those of you who know my work know that I shop the Paris flea markets extensively, and today I'm going to let you in on a few secrets to the tricks of the trade. So the Paris flea market is actually technically not in Paris. It's actually just outside of Paris. The Porte Clignancourt is actually just adjacent to the Paris city center. So actually when you take a cab, I always tell my clients to make sure you tell the cab driver that you're going to the Marché aux Puces in Saint-Ouen, Rue de Rossier. Rue de Rossier is where most of the markets are. And if you tell the cab driver that you're going to Rue de Rossier and you're not specific about Saint-Ouen, he might take you to some random place in Paris. Each of the markets has its own specialty. But as a New York City interior designer, I really want to focus in on the ones that feature the furniture and the lighting. These are the Serpette Market, which is the indoor market, and the adjoining Paul Bert Market, which is the outdoor market. Come on, let's take a look.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
It's easy to become overwhelmed in the Paris flea markets because there's so much to see. But I always tell people to come prepared. Of course, as an interior designer, I always come with my furniture plans, some fabric schematics, and of course, a list of all the things that I'm looking for and a measuring tape. It's key. You have to measure and see what things are. Scale is very important, of course. When you're looking at things in the flea market, sometimes you'd be inspired by the most amazing, gorgeous things that you might not have on your list. There's always room for something fabulous in your house, that's for sure. Bonjour, monsieur, ça va?
Bonjour.
Ça va bien?
Merci.
Merci. This is one of my favorite little booths here in the flea market. I've bought many things from Monsieur Olivier. He has the most wonderful collection of mid-century modern pieces. I've bought many light fixtures, and this fabulous coffee table caught my eye the other day. Fits perfectly, I think. In one of my projects. Of course, when you're shopping the Paris flea markets, you'll see so many great things, but the important thing is to keep in mind that you understand the scale and the size of the pieces that you're considering. So that's why it's critical to have a measuring tape. I always carry around a small one in my pocket because, you know, sometimes the larger ones get very heavy. But it's always actually very helpful to have the centimeters on one side, because they like to do everything in centimeters here, and the inches on the back side. It works perfectly. Bonjour Frédéric, ça va?
Ça va?
Oui, bien, merci. Bien.
Ça fait plaisir de te voir.
Merci. Je viens toujours mon vendeur favori. I always have my favorite vendors, of course. And Frédéric is one of them. It's called Simonet. You should follow them on Instagram. Fabulous stuff. Look at these wonderful chairs. Les chaises sont magnifiques.
Oui.
Ils sont italiens?
Exactement.
Et
Elles
vous
sont
avez combien?
italiennes. Il y en a 6.
6.
Elles sont très élégantes.
Wow, oui.
La couleur est très jolie, c'est un noyer blond.
C'est vraiment beau.
Ouais, j'adore.
Oui, j'aime le petit détail.
Ah ouais, sur les pieds.
Les pieds.
Ouais, elles sont vraiment très chic.
Wow. Look at this beautiful detail. See how the leg flares out at the bottom? Such a subtle but beautiful detail. Of course, I always have to recover all my stuff when I buy it, but it's always nice that the vendors actually take such pride in their beautiful pieces and they actually recover them in brand new fabrics. How fabulous would these chairs be in a house in the Hamptons? I'm working on a fabulous project in Southampton, and I think these would be the perfect breakfast chairs in there. What do you think?
Welcome back, everyone. Joining us now, award-winning designer Ariane Belizaire, known to many from Extreme Makeover, Home Edition. She's bringing her signature approach to luxury interiors and sharing what's inspiring her here at KBIS. Good morning, and you are a ray of pink sunshine.
Good morning. And
you dressed for TV.
I dressed, had a little practice. You look fantastic. You're glowing.
Well, thank you.
I love it.
I'm trying to...
Very Jackie O from head to toe.
That is a huge compliment.
No, it's real. It's true.
But I think that the colors are going well here.
Yeah, this is my favorite color, and it's indicative of my design approach as well.
All about
embracing not just color, but your personality. Like, what do you love? And then being confident in that. And that's how I showed up today.
Well, okay, you're kind of a media maven to me. I mean, you've got the TV,
high praise.
You've got the podcast, but let's go back to Move That Bus.
Iconic line, legacy show. I still cannot believe I was a part of something so huge, but to be a part of the ABC family, to be able to bring back that show that meant so much about community. It's really like at the core of who we are as people and what we love. Look at me! Looking like I know what I'm doing on the construction site.
With your hat on.
I know, and those are some of the most amazing human beings you will ever see in your life. Wendell, Joanne, and Clea, and the fact that we could help families really achieve the transformation they needed to move forward in life because they were stuck.
Sure.
That's the best work I think I'll ever do for the best people.
Okay, give us some like behind the scenes info. Like, how long does this take, and what is the prep work that goes into producing a show like that?
Oh, first of all, that is a monster of a show, and it takes a tribe, a city, millions of volunteers, great partners to pull it off. So the timeline of the actual build is really 5 days. And when I say that, I know it's hard to believe, but when we would show up on site, there's only a slab. So there's a slab, and then in that 5-day period, we are introducing ourselves to the family. We are seeing their house, helping them pull out what they need to keep, refining the design, building the house, and giving them the keys in 5 days. And that part is real. That part is like 100% real, and I can tell you because I was there. But the planning that leads up to that is what makes the 5 days possible.
Sure.
And I always say, especially as a designer who designs for real people, I never want my clients to be like, you told me patience was a virtue.
Yeah, you want something in 5 days.
It's coming, it's happening. Anything is possible if you have unlimited resources, 1 million volunteers, everything planned out, all the supplies on site, all the trades ready to go. That's how the 5 days happens. There is never a moment of time on that set when the house is not being worked on. Sun up, sundown. There are teams that come in and they literally high five and say, this is where I left off, this is where you're coming. So think about 24 hours of work.
Sure.
24 hours of quality assurance checks, 24 hours of permit checks. That's how it's possible to do that.
What was the most stressful moment?
For me, to be very honest, the most stressful moment was always the home walk with the clients, because the responsibility of allowing someone to trust you enough to see and be vulnerable about where they are. Think about that. How many of us clean our house before someone comes in to even help us clean, right?
Right.
To have someone trust us, strangers, to come in and see their home and say, I'm being very open, I'm struggling, I'm stuck, I need help. and then to be able to hear them, process that. You know, we've got plans that we've been working on as little elves in the background, but it's to really listen and say, is everything we assumed going to be the right solution for them? And most times there was something that came out of that tour that we knew we were going to like miss. We had to go back and call.
Can't plan for
everything. And say, hey, remember, like, I just realized the daughter's favorite animal is this, and the daughter, she thought green was her favorite color, but this week it's red. Like, all of those things are the stressor, because you want more than anything for that reveal to be them walking in and saying, how did you know? How could you see me? How could you really understand me that well in that short period of time? That is the magical part about it.
And you can see it when that bus moves out of the way.
Yes.
I mean, those emotions are real.
Those are real reactions. The surprise is a real reaction, which is still, it blows me away in 2026 that we could surprise someone with the age of social media, but it is truly a surprise to them. That is real. And then what they are experiencing when that bus moves and they walk in the house, they have never seen it. And there's only one chance to get that shot. There's only one chance to get the reaction. So as the host, you have to know when to pull your emotions back and to make sure they have the space to have their reaction, their response, and to appreciate it. Yeah. So it was life-changing.
Has working on that show impacted how you work in your own design career?
Yes, in two ways. One, as a professional, it reminded me of why I do what I do. It really did remind me of the transformative power of design, because often, especially when you're working and you level up and you're working on more luxury projects or maybe a second home, you know, there is not a desperation or need, there is a I would like to have. And so, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you're reminded of the person who needs you to help them have a better, more functional home so that they can survive, that is why we all at some point got into this business. And to remember the true why, to see the true reaction, the true transformation, that was really, really powerful for me to bring back to having passion about my current projects.
Sure.
And really even leaning more into my clients and saying, you know, have I become too complacent where I'm assuming a lot and I'm not really leaning in and asking them, what do you want? And I'm not really reaching for that how did you know moment in my real projects, right? So I can see more life, more vibrancy, more energy, more customization to them in the projects that I've done since working on the show.
Well, now, which project are we looking at now? Speaking of, this is your Tampa?
No, this is not Tampa. This is one, a home in Baton Rouge. This is a couple that was downsizing. They had a beautiful custom home that they sold, and they were moving into another house that, quite frankly, was really a beautiful, like, spec home. And they wanted to bring their personality, their ethos to the space. And what I love about this project is we were able to kind of elevate the finishes that were already in the home, but we customized it to make sure it told their story. The homeowners, the husband was on a journey of sobriety for over 20 years.
Wow.
And his faith was very important to him. And he was like, you know, I really, you know, I pray every morning, I journal, I do devotion, you know, my Catholic faith is very important to me. And the wife was like, that's fine, but I don't want to walk into like a cathedral. Like, let's be clear. And so this project, what I love so much about it is the perfect marriage of both of their interests, you know, their collection of art, her love of soft things, her Tiffany's lamp that was given to her by her grandmother. But in each room is something, an element, a material, a finish, something that is an Easter egg for him. So in the foyer, we have a light fixture that is acanthus leaves, and we talk about how that's Roman culture. And we have arches that we've integrated into the living room that I remind him are indicative of some of the things he's seen when he went to Rome. I mean, everything in that house is like on its base a beautiful home that's comfortable for them, and that really makes them feel like it's the right transition for them. But he knows that in every room we've planted seeds
something for him.
And that's what I love
sometimes the men can feel a little left out.
They often feel left out. And as a designer, I'm always like working harder to get them, because they came
so
unwillingly.
sweet.
They're like, why are we here? Why are we paying somebody to do
You're
this?
not forgotten.
Right. And so I want them to know, I hear you. I understand you. We're not going to bulldoze over what you want or need. It should feel like both of you can experience the space.
Well, okay, so speaking of personal story, I want to talk about the project that you're working on in Florida.
Yeah.
Because that was sort of their personal story was sort of the starting point for the project. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so we have a project in Tampa. Again, second home for our clients. They have a beautiful home in North Carolina and they wanted a summer home. And so they bought a condo in Tampa. And we were able to come into that project. That's it. We were able to come into that project and really think about what they needed. The wife is an artist who loves color, but everything she was seeing in Tampa was very contemporary and monochromatic, and she thought, well, should I just be ready and prepared to be comfortable with that? And I said, no, girl, do you know me? No. We're doing color. And so this image here is so special because the art on the back of the wall, the wallpaper, she did a custom painting that we took and converted into a wall covering.
She painted that?
She painted that. We had it put onto a substrate, and then that's the color palette we chose for that bedroom. So everything, when she walks in every morning, she sees something she created. This powder room is like the jewel box moment.
We'll go back to it, because look at that mirror.
The mirror is something they had in their house that they were like, I don't know if we should bring it or take it. I was like, that is, yes! And I said, that's the power of a designer. We're telling you, we're keeping that.
We were talking yesterday about hero moment.
Yes,
maybe that's the
a hero moment. It's chunky, it's gold, it's everything that we want as a statement piece. And then that was her room that could be feminine, right? So the rest of the palettes are kind of, a real good marriage between the compromise of the colors they both liked. But that powder room, she's like, I really want a pink moment. And look, do you know me? Okay.
And this is your favorite color?
This is my favorite color. So, girl.
How do you describe this color?
I would say this is a candy pink.
Yeah.
It's a little bit red, a little bit purple, blue. It's not baby pink.
Peony, like a dark peony color?
Yes. And it's one of my favorite colors. But I love that color can be a tool we use to tell the client's story, and that they shouldn't shy away from it. They should be really excited about bringing color in and letting it be what makes their home theirs.
Okay, so this is a question I have. Like, I have a pink living room, and I love having a pink living room. I do like color. But for somebody who's hesitant about color,
yes,
you as the expert, as the designer,
yes,
if they're wary about it,
yes,
how do you convince them
to try it?
To try it.
The rallying point is something you love that's going to inform how we bring those colors in. So if you go back to that image of the Tampa living room, you might be surprised when I tell you that's a white room. The pillows, the art, the accessories, the rug, that's the only real color in the room. And so if they get tired of those colors, if they are like, maybe those are too saturated, too bold, it's very easy to swap that out. And so for someone who's hesitant, you have an entire wall. Right. Also, paint is not difficult to redo, right? So paint is always an easy way to lean into color tentatively before making a huge commitment. And then as you get more bold and confident, you do something like the powder room where the cabinet is
so
deep,
baby
right?
steps.
Baby steps, yeah. But start with something that you can test out that is easy to swap out without disrupting the whole concept of the room.
How do you blend hospitality, functionality, and personality all in one space?
I feel like as someone who's from Louisiana, I have a leg up on this because we're all about hospitality. Everything we do is around entertaining and welcoming people. Yesterday was Mardi Gras in New Orleans. Like, that is a huge gathering time, family time, but we can pretty much figure out an excuse to get together for anything. So every time I work with a client, I'm always asking them how they entertain. It's just like a baseline question. And so the hospitality piece for me is not just an understanding of, every day there are 4 people who live here, but how big does it get when family comes? Are we going up to 20, 30? Because then when we do the space plan, I'm going to figure out how that thing Swiss Army knives to become something that can support that many people. Are we having lots of little nesting tables or chairs that move or a dining table that expands and collapses? How are we able to really easily transform it to support who's coming? But then the thing that I think the clients get super excited about is how we actually demonstrate hospitality and then encourage them to demonstrate to their guests. So we pay attention in my office to the client's favorite colors, their anniversary, their favorite things, their favorite foods, their favorite restaurants. So when they come to a meeting, we delight in surprising them and having their favorite things.
You are so detail-oriented.
I love that about my job.
Does this come from your past life? Because I know that design is your second iteration.
It is, and I think it is. I think as someone who came from marketing, PR, and event planning, that's what we're taught to pay attention to, like the experience part. And it doesn't like it helps also that my favorite book is Unreasonable Hospitality by Will Guidara. I love that book. Is like, just injected in my veins. But he talks about being so unreasonable in your commitment to make someone else's experience perfect for them. Not about you, but about them, that I like bringing that into my practice. And then because we've demonstrated it, when I then pivot from space planning and materials and concept to, okay, now we've got a concept, how do you want to experience it and how do you want your guests to experience it? The clients get that jump. And they're like, oh, so the scent, let's think about candles. Let's think about, is there a bowl of candy at the door? Is there a special towel in the powder room? Is there a special fragrance for the soap? Like thinking of all of those things. If I introduced that too early and didn't demonstrate that, they would feel like that was taken away from the big work, right? And also like, why are we spending money on Monogram towels when we don't have a sofa?
Oh, yeah, but it's that
those details. It's those little details that make a space feel complete and elevated.
I can see you having another career as a party planner.
I can see that too. I could totally see that too.
So you've got TV host, you've got interior designer, and you also now have a podcast.
Yes, which is a happy accident.
The Hustle Adjacent podcast. I went deep into a rabbit hole last night preparing. I'm like, I know your whole skincare routine. I know everything.
It works,
I know you were talking about
it. Works.
It sure does.
Okay. See the material.
Tell us about the podcast.
So the podcast is a happy accident. My friend Kelly Finley, who is an award-winning designer out of the Bay Area, who also has offices in Georgia. She and I have been friends and in a professional development group for about 2 years now, and we both independently started reading The Artist's Way. We didn't know we were both reading the book, but we were both like, we need creativity, we need something fun, play. We were reading The Artist's Way, and we were having a conversation. We have calls all the time about what's going on in your business. Can you help me with this? Can you recommend that? And our calls are much like the podcast, like funny. We just get in.
It is funny.
It's funny. Yeah, we get off topic and we're down the rabbit holes. And so one day we were talking, and she said, you know, these conversations, if people could hear us, they would just laugh. It would be such a great podcast. And I was like, haha, yeah. And she's like, actually, no, for real, we should do it. And I was like, Kelly, we know nothing about podcasts.
You don't need to. All you have to be able to do is talk.
That's exactly right.
And be yourself.
And be yourself.
And that's what people
want.
want.
Learn how to make it turnkey. And so we did this trust fall of, let's just do it. Nobody knows we're doing it. Let's just do it. Let's see what could come out of it. We did a batch recording of season 1, and we both, I listened to it. She couldn't. She was like chickened out. Like, I don't want to hear myself, my voice. You know how we always overanalyze ourselves. And I listened to it, and I said, Kelly, this is good. Not only is it good because it's us, but it's good because I think people are going to be able to relate to this tension point between having been so ambitious all of our lives and striving for, like, what's the next mountaintop that I can climb, but then also feeling burned out and tired and, like, looking at your life and saying, do I have time to enjoy the fruits of my labors? And do I want to work this hard all the time? Like, where is the soft landing to this soft life, right? And so on the strength of that, I said, let's just put it out and see. And people have been
it's
so supportive, and they're so welcoming. So we are now on season 2, and now I can say I'm a podcaster as well as a designer and a television personality. And so let's just keep adding the media.
Keep climbing that mountain.
Yes, keep climbing that mountain.
Going.
Yeah.
You are such a delight. You are so fun to have. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. I enjoyed it.
And have fun walking the show.
I will. Thank you.
Ariane. Don't go anywhere. Up next, we have architect Harper Halpern. She joins us to talk about designing homes that are built to last and why resilience is one of the most important conversations happening at KBIS right now. Don't go away.
It's so fun.
Brought to you by Monogram, luxury appliances elevated with every detail.
Luxury is exceptional experiences, exquisite materials, and revolutionary innovation that transcends into modern day. Monogram is redefining the world of luxury appliances and creating an ownership experience that is second to none. At Monogram, we elevate everything.
As KBIS celebrates innovation and creativity in kitchen design, Homeworthy brings you 5 extraordinary kitchens selected by our editors. Think dramatic patterns, historic designs, and beautifully layered spaces from tastemakers redefining how we live and gather. You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
One of my favorite parts of the apartment, which truly I thought I would renovate the kitchen. I thought I would. So when I moved in here, I was like, I'm gonna renovate the kitchen, even if it's a rental, I'll put my own money into it. But I've actually grown to love my kitchen. It's the biggest kitchen I've had in all of my apartments. And it is very like mid-century. The actual material of the kitchen is great. It's from Bofi, which is an Italian brand that makes incredible kitchens. And the one thing I would say is that I have the tiniest sink in the world. That's what I would change. This is not great for someone who washes lots of dishes like me. But the fact that, you know, I have 5 burners and 2 ovens and a lot of pantry storage is amazing. And I've added like a few things, like of course I have my copper tea kettle, which I love. So there used to be glass doors on these, and I really like the open shelving concept. So I took them out. I was not able to take off these hinges, so they're there and they're gonna stay. But I do love the open concept of seeing all the dishes, and I also like that it's not too perfect. It kind of looks like it was kind of thrown together, and that's kind of what the whole kitchen is, you know. I feel like I'm here all the time. It's not perfect, and I do love that a home feels lived in and it's not too precious.
We had custom when I did the first renovation, and the first renovation of the kitchen was 15 years ago, and it was just the island, only the island. So we had built this hood there. The funny was we didn't have a hood at all, and because we never met the previous owners, we didn't even know if it was roughed in for a hood, but I could kind of see a little wave on the ceiling, and I saw some grates on the outside of the house. We took a leaf, we cut the little space in the drywall on the ceiling. We put a leaf blower out there. My husband stood outside, and we were like, yes, they roughed in for a hood. I mean, you know, you don't know. They didn't communicate any of that to us. So we were so glad, we were shocked that there was no hood. And when we called the township, they were like, oh yeah, back then they were like, if you have a window, it passed code. We were like, what? So I'm happy that we were able to get a hood in here. And this hood will stay forever. I love this hood. So we pull in the copper with the ring above the kitchen table, and all throughout the stone. So the stone, you'll see it's pulling out some of that coppery, silvery, gray, white. But we'll start at the island first. So these cabinets, so Craig, which I told you, Craig, he's my cabinet maker. I said to him, listen, these cabinets, even though they're 15 years old, I take really good care of my stuff. I don't beat my stuff up. Nothing was warped. I just had him refinish some of the pieces, maybe give me a couple more inserts or drawers to add to it. So we tweaked it. I kept it, we tweaked it. I had old refrigerator drawers here. We just added the new Sub-Zero refrigerator drawers, so I keep all my berries and milk here. So there's a reason why I have the placement for everything, and all my veggies here. This is generally my workspace.
Welcome to my kitchen. This is an old farmhouse type kitchen. Originally, when we bought the property, the kitchen was through this door here. And this room was actually a dining room. It had a cream carpet and was very sort of traditional English dining room. But we realized that we needed a bigger space. We also wanted to be open onto the garden because we've got a lovely view here through to the garden and lovely far-reaching views of the farmland. So we didn't want to be stuck back at that side of the house. We wanted to sort of see this and be able to walk in and out and dine outside or pop in and out as much as we liked. So we moved the kitchen. And in deciding how we wanted the kitchen, I thought in historic properties, in historic English properties, typically an old kitchen is a freestanding kitchen. You're not going to have a continuous run of units. It just didn't exist in those days. I already had a couple of old pieces, which luckily fitted. And in this instance, I had this old dresser base, which I decided to convert into the sink unit. So we put a marble top on it. We dropped this old butler's sink into it and a typical sort of English 3-hole basin mixer. And then we also got a dishwasher integrated into that, which is quite handy. A typical sort of farmhouse scrubbed table. It also had to be super practical in this room. We've got 3 dogs, we've got horses, and in the winter, it's a nightmare because there's mud everywhere. So fortunately, when we bought the house and we lifted up this cream carpet, we discovered the original brick floors. So these floors are hundreds of years old.
It was really important for us to have a good size island. It was intended to look like it was built from old pine, and this is Carrara marble on top, which definitely gets etched, but we sort of like that patina, and we love using the kitchen. So you'll notice the range and the cupboards over there that there's scratches and dents and dings, but we do a lot of entertaining and a lot of cooking. So.
Now, when we first had it installed, we were worried about little scratches and chips and things like that, but over time, our friends and family came and destroyed everything, so, and we did too. It's the best kitchen for us, and we really love it. We went from having kind of the worst kitchen to having our dream kitchen. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And then one of the funny things about the kitchen is there's no upper cabinets. What we did instead was over one of these pine dressers, where we keep all of our dishes and bowls. So we really don't have any uppers, and we use this every day. And when the dishwasher is done running, we put all the dishes, and then when we serve, we grab them all. But it's really handy, and we really love it. And it's sort of enabled, I think, a different look than when you have uppers. We also did these copper pots here, which yes, we do use. Maybe not as often as we use the stainless steel, but we definitely use them. And some of them are rather old. They have really beautiful iron handles. We love the warm look of them and have enjoyed collecting them.
And polishing. We also had a lot of the hardware here you see for the shelf and the hanging made by local craftsmen. So we often find people that are local that can do some unique things like this, and also we had some of these things like this push button gangplank here done by our same craftsman, and he stamped out the different areas that these push buttons, which we put in, light up.
Here we are in the kitchen, which is where I live. I really do. I made one huge mistake when I did this kitchen. I didn't put a little sitting area with a fireplace. I would have been there every single evening if I had, but instead I sit right here. I have all my paperwork, I have a TV, my coffee pot, and I watch TV in the kitchen all the time. And I think it's really important, if you're a TV watcher, just to go ahead and embrace it. Have your TV, it looks just fine, and it's just part of the appliances. Luckily now, there's so many wonderful covers that they can do, the panel-ready appliances, and they're so important, and they really make a kitchen look seamless. I copied this kitchen after Plain English. I really love that company. It is one of my favorite companies, and we use them to design our clients' kitchens. The time I did this, they weren't here in the United States, and I was just kind of, trying to get the house pulled together. But I did look at their designs, and it inspired me very much in here. The ranges are so important. I have a Wolf. I love my Wolf range, and as you can see, I leave the pots out. I was just making chicken spaghetti day before yesterday, and I keep all of my The shelving on either side is open, which I think is great. It's easy to grab something, and it also keeps you honest. It keeps me from accumulating more that I can't see.
KBIS shows us that how we live, cook, and gather can be luxurious, both inside the home and beyond it. Today on Homeworthy, we're counting down our top 5 outdoor entertaining spaces. From sun-soaked terraces to inviting courtyards designed for al fresco dining and easy entertaining. You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
So this is a spot we use year-round, fire pit and chairs, and we cram people in here. I mean, we've had 25 people sitting around. The ledge around the edge here is a nice seating height. That was purposeful. So people scoot in. When it's not fire pit season, we use this as a table. We throw big platters of appetizers on here. And it's just always really beautiful and nice. Even in the cold months, it's wonderful because this does kick off a lot of heat. But obviously it's all about the view. So we love this area and spend a lot of time here. When we bought the home, it was sort of overgrown and there wasn't really a front garden to speak of. So we knew that was a big opportunity. The lower yard was also quite overgrown and there was a big concrete sort of parking situation in the lower garden. So we got rid of that, and the property just presented a lot of opportunities for improvements. We knew, because we were building during COVID, we were really sensitive to being really purposeful about the spaces that we were creating and wanting to create destinations on our property that we would use all seasons, both as a family of 4, but also for our extended family and friends. So we thought a lot about what the different parts of our property could be, and I think we arrived at solutions and moments that are really special and that we actually do use. We've created reasons to go to the different parts of our property, so that's really nice.
This loggia bar that we had built off the guest house is the heart and soul of our home, because it's truly where we spend so much time with friends and family. So in Palm Beach, what we call a loggia is a structure that's attached to the building that has open air sides. So this isn't an awning, this is actually a structure that's attached to the guest house. And if you look up, we finished the ceiling with Pecky wood cypress, which is sprinkled throughout the home from our front door to our living room. It is an original characteristic of homes from the 1920s and especially old Florida. So that was a really fun detail that we wanted to bring in, matching the dark color of the wood to what you see throughout the home. My husband and I were sort of convinced that we wanted a hotel lobby type bar, not like a traditional sit-up high bar. So we had a countertop bar hand poured with pebbles and shells from concrete. It has all the peckled top and character that we really hoped it would. And so this is really the mainstay of the bar. And then the front part of the bar, as you can see, we had the Pecky cypress wood done all throughout the side of the bar as well, just to mimic the ceiling and to give it like a real grounded feel. The primary exciting piece, I just save up a lot of birthdays for this one, is the white gold pebble ice machine. I know. I grew up in Texas. I love ice, and pebble ice is like the best ice. So that was my big splurge, let's put it that way.
So right off of our bedroom is our lanai and our backyard area. We recently completely redid the backyard. We had a monstrous overhaul of flagstone removal and flagstone cutting and turf install. That was a really exciting process to do. But the backyard now is way more functional, way more aesthetically pleasing, and we're just so excited. It feels very like garden-like, it feels enchanting. It reminds us of
pools surrounded by lawn that you see in the Hamptons or in like a French countryside. So we're really thrilled with how it all worked out. And we used a local company called Turf Rocks, and they molded and sculpted the existing flagstone that we did keep to make even channels between all of the stone, and then they laid down turf. The area all around the pool, we went with a turf-only design, and we just couldn't be happier with how it all turned out. They even did countersunk umbrella holes where we have dropped in these beautiful yellow umbrellas from California Umbrella. And it gives such a nice shade. It's such a great place to hang out. We have 4 new chaise loungers from Highwood Home, USA, and they're made in the US, and they're so gorgeous. I love them. And we have new striped cabana pillows from Hackner Home, and also green and white striped chaise lounger cushions from the company store. And you'll notice when we take a walk around the pool, they're the same green and white stripe that you saw on the X benches that we are reupholstered, that we brought from New York City Curb Find. And they are the same cushions that are at the Beverly Hills Hotel. When we first saw the backyard photos for this listing, I immediately had ideas on how far we could take the design. The bones were amazing. I just knew that we could make it a little bit cozier and more functioning for our Four Seasons loving family. We are always outside.
So our favorite part of the house and what sold us on the house was this antique aggregate patio on the backside. When we first walked out here, I didn't need to see the inside of the house. I was already sold. So we've tried to dress it in a way that I think it should have been dressed for the time. And so we've brought in these, I collect these Francois Carré. They are 1920s Art Deco. And we've painted them all monochromatic in this really pretty sort of jade green. Since we have a small kitchen, but the kitchen's right off the patio, I also collect terracotta pots. So I've got a bunch of these terracotta pots out here that are filled with herbs. So if you're cooking in the kitchen, you can just come out to the patio, take a little clipping to take in for whatever you're cooking. It's kind of nice. It's just another extension of a really small space. So another piece that I really like to entertain with is this antique bar cart. It's on wheels, so you can wheel it around. And my favorite way to set it up is with a Moscow Mule bar. So I have all of these copper mugs, and I do a little bowl of limes, and then your ginger beers down below. And then last summer in New England, I went to Nora Murphy's shop, and she had the cutest little bottle cooler with a little handle. And so you can carry it around. It's great for outside. It's antique brass, and I think that looks really cute on there. And then mint that we grew in our little pots on the patio. You can set it on there as well. And then another cool thing is when you're entertaining, the whole top comes off like a tray, so you can carry this around if you have guests sitting over at the table and set it down.
We're standing in front of the fish pond, which is absolutely one of my favorite parts about this house.
This is a very comfortable spot for us out here. In fact, it's a great space to entertain friends, and especially in the summer. And from here we can see the front facade of the house, and we can see the greenery all around us. And we can also, in the distance, we can see the trees from the park around the Hollywood Bowl. It's nice to have drinks out here before we go into the house, especially because we like to admire the front facade of the house, because it is so historic and unexpected, and so it's a great place to have people for drinks. One of the most unusual features of this house is its curved facade, because it's most unusual, as I said, a very unusual feature of the house, and it has this balcony with the gargoyle, which we had to replace. So it has the balcony with the gargoyle, but you can see that unlike many other houses, you can see the curve up on the roof line. And the house itself has never been painted. The surface is actually gunite, which is a kind of concrete which is used for swimming pools. It's not really used very much anymore, but it's great for us, and it gives the house a nice old-fashioned look. This is the most Venetian part of the house because it has that kind of Venetian, the window has a Venetian point to it, and it's like a long exclamation mark with the balcony overlooking the street. And in fact, the front facade of this house really has only 3 windows, and these almost don't really even qualify because they're actually French doors. That's what makes it probably one of the most unusual houses in Los Angeles. In fact, when people come to visit, I say, well, you'll know our house because it's like no other house you've seen before. And the hanging light here above the front door, which is very useful, it doubles as a spot for the birds because at the bottom, quite often the birds make their nests there. So it's kind of rather charming to come home to the cheep cheep of little baby birds.
KBIS is about the way our homes support daily life, from morning routines to evening wind-downs. Today on Homeworthy, we're counting down 5 standout bathrooms designed to feel both functional yet indulgent. You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Everyone loves the powder room. I did this beautiful wallpaper, bird and thistle. This comes in a couple of colorways. I loved the green, and then I paired it with a high gloss green paint on all of the trim. This room also had flagstone, which was just not very fitting for my personal style, so I did a white marble in here with a new sink with all of these brass details and all brass accessories. Paired with a little bit neutral, like a Roman shade, just to kind of tone it down and some more natural elements in here. And this room is kind of divided up into 2, but we treated it as one room for cohesiveness. So the powder room, there's really kind of like a powder your nose area and a washroom area. And I feel like this is always a crowd favorite with the high gloss. It's a really beautiful green. We have 2 rooms in our home that are really more like dark and cozy. This is one of those rooms because instead of a traditional light fixture in here, I opted for a brass fixture. So the light fixture actually has brass chandelier shades as well. So the whole shade is metal, which is a really fun touch. So this, I feel like, is one of the statement pieces from the exterior of the home, this round window, and I love that they put all of the grids in. And this is actually in the stone portion of the house, and so on the exterior, it's a circle window out of the stone, which is really beautiful.
Okay, so let's talk about the primary bathroom for a minute. This is the room I was telling you that was in some publications, and that's always really exciting. I'm really proud of it because we really took it all the way down and rebuilt it. And by we, I mean our contractor, but I came up with the design. So for starters, this wall back here was actually inspired by a 19th century wall molding that I saw on eBay, and I almost actually bought the wall molding that I found and had it delivered, and then my contractor said he can recreate it, which would be way easier. So what we did was I came up with the idea of using corbels facing each other to create the arch. He just ended up having to kind of extend it a little bit so it didn't come to a point. It ended up being more of an archway, and then he added a little bit of a lip so that I can have candles or artwork. I found this tapestry on eBay, and it really reminded me of that scene in Beauty and the Beast where she's twirling around reading and singing. I love it. Again, with the bust guy. This book, it's called The Ultimate Bath. It's from Barbara Salick, who owns Waterworks, and our bathroom is actually in this book. It's at the table of contents, which is pretty awesome. This pedestal is vintage. Found it on eBay. I loved that it was lucite. I just thought it was really funky and cool, and a good juxtaposition with a more classic bust. And then this clawfoot tub is so fabulous. It's a dreamy tub. When this was featured in Better Homes and Gardens, the writer said that this space was like a living room, but instead of a sofa, it had a fabulous clawfoot tub, which I loved that. It does feel like a living space, but with a clawfoot tub in it. And I really thought this light was pretty cool. That's from Shades of Light. One thing that we did was there was a door here to the water closet, and
We took it out and did a sliding door instead because it just saved space. And then I painted this and the closet the same color. This is Palm Leaf by Sherwin-Williams. And then what I love is there's a little surprise of the wallpaper in here because I kept it very simple and classic with just white. But in here I wanted it to be a little bit of a little jewel box. And again, because it's like handwritten script, it almost looks like a diary or a storybook, in keeping with the theme of kind of like each room feeling like a storybook. So that's this. Even this, the ladder, even that has an arch shape. I wanted it to speak to the arches on the wall. These are 19th century doors I found on eBay. There were 2 doorknobs. I promise it. There's a reason why we had to take it off. It's a long story, but we put it on a slider here, and then this leads to our closet. I just thought these were so cool. Again, the arch was really cool. It was actually a blue door, and we had it stripped, and then I painted it the same color as the water closet door. But again, something old paired with something really new and beautiful like these knobs, I thought was really special. And then again, a little arch in that artwork and more statues.
This is my bathroom. I mentioned this is his and hers, so this is my bathroom. And I used a vinyl wallpaper, very affordable. It's by Brewster Home. It comes in another colorway. These cabinets are from Home Depot, and I just changed out the knobs over the years a couple of times. And since there's not like a ton of counter space, I bought this tray and I just kind of stuck it like between them, and it has a little bit of extra counter space for me. And this is just like an old candle holder and my soap pump, just to make it a little fancier. We used to have a window in this bathroom right here, but the garden room is on the other side. So I love natural light and I was missing it. So I worked with Velux. They did the sun tunnels in here and the skylights. And so this was a way to bring in some natural light.
It's cozy. We love the mirrors. We love the antique mirrors on the back. And then with these beautiful mirrors on top, I think it adds so much character to the whole bathroom. Again, we picked the pink marble tops, which I love. And then we added these little curtains underneath, you know, inspired by Santiago growing up going to his grandfather's house. And we just literally needed more space for, you know, putting all the things that you put in the bathroom. So we loved it. Our towels were done by Leontine Line Linens. She's awesome. So, you know, the beautiful monograms, our bathtub. I love like the cornice too with the bathtub. Oh yeah, and the wallpaper, the striped pink. You know, everybody was like, oh, and what does Santiago think about the pink wallpaper? And we actually, I think pink is a very neutral color. It's, you know, it's very romantic and feminine, but it's also very neutral. And especially when it goes to that mauve-like tone, I think it's very neutral and I love it. And then this fun detail, these tools I got in Round Top not so long ago. And, you know, they're from the 70s, a designer from the 70s, a furniture designer. And we've been loving them because we needed somewhere to sit, you know, put shoes on, put, you know, a towel or whatever, some space. And then the tile, I love the pink on the tile. It has a little bit of a light pink on it, and it's so fun and beautiful.
This is the bathroom that I was talking about. It originally was a Jack and Jill, and it was a shared bathroom, which connected my daughter's room and my son's room. And so we walled it off. We ended up doing like a really cool mirror so it doesn't look like it was a breeze through. But this is his bathroom. I would take this bathroom. It has so much storage, has the double sink, Something that I think is really cool is that it has a bathtub and it has a separate shower. So it really was built to function for like multiple children, but now Ralph just gets to enjoy it. So that's pretty fun. And he has so many little like storage spaces that were here. I just, you know, put my own spin on it, if you will. The wood paneling was originally like a wood, and so I had it all refinished and painted to white dove, which is the house paint.
Hi, Homeworthy. I'm Amber, and welcome to my beautiful home in Atlanta, Georgia. Come on in.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
My name is Amber Guyton, and we are in my home in Atlanta, Georgia. I have lived in Atlanta before in 2010 to 2015, and then I moved to Texas and then to California. And during the pandemic, I was working full-time in tech at the time, and everyone basically said you could live anywhere. So I decided to move back to Atlanta. Cheaper cost of living, cheaper housing, obviously. And this house was built in 2021, 2020. I closed in February of 2021. It's a brand new construction home, but it's a bungalow. It was built to look like a lot of the smaller bungalows in this historic neighborhood of Adair Park. So I was thrilled to have a little bit of the best of both worlds, to have a bungalow that's brand new and easy to just move in, turnkey. All I had to do was decorate versus moving into something that looks too cookie cutter. It still has the character that the neighborhood has in all of the homes. So I have been in this home about 2.5 years, and I've personalized it with color, texture, pattern, and just my colorful aesthetic that I have as an interior designer. So this is my living room. My house, when you walk in, there is no grand foyer or entryway, but I do have some hooks on the door to hang your jacket, your bag, etc. And then you walk in and you're immediately greeted by the living room. So I have enough seating for just myself and my dog, but ample seating if I have some friends or family over. This is the only TV in my home. I'm not a big TV person. I'll watch TV. A lot of times it's just on for noise, but I love the Samsung frame because you could turn it into art when it's not on, just play some music. It's beautiful. It's flush to the wall, and it takes your attention off of the electronics, and you kind of just are enveloped by everything in the space. So the first thing I did when I moved in the house, as I mentioned, is painting. So because the ceilings, the lofted ceilings in here are kind of high, I just went about 5 feet up all the way around, just so the space wouldn't feel too dark, but also still have enough color. You can see that I added plantation shutters and drapery to the windows. So I still get a lot of good light, but it's a great way to kind of adjust how much light, natural light gets in the space. And then the curtains, I just love putting curtains up, even if they're not functional. They just kind of frame the window and add a little character to the window frame. So my coffee table, I love, it's called the art display coffee table because the surface is glass, so you could fill the bottom with coffee table books or anything that you wish to be seen. I've got a ton of coffee table books filled with interiors and Black artists and all the things. I always have some magazines on top for casual reading, and then this tray is filled with things like sage and fresh flowers, candles, just things to kind of set the mood in my living space. And I like that it's wide enough that if I do have some friends over and we're playing cards, or we have like a charcuterie board and wine, like it's more than enough space for us to fill the surface with.
Great design isn't just what we see, it's how we live. And at NKBA KBIS, we believe great design begins with connection. Connection to people and products, to insight, to opportunity. We are a global community of creators and innovators, designers, builders, brands, educators, coming together at KBIS, the largest North American event for kitchen, bath, and whole home design, where borders blur, ideas collide, and the future of design is on full display. Our award-winning research reveals what's now and what's next. From design and lifestyle trends to economic forecasting, we equip our members to lead with confidence. At NKBA, we believe growth is a journey. That's why we offer industry-recognized certifications and continuing education that elevate every career stage, from student to CEO. Whether you're mastering sustainability, smart home design, or business strategy, we give you the tools to lead with purpose. And with 70+ local chapters, NKBA connects professionals where it matters most, in your community. Because connection doesn't end when the show floor closes. It lives in the relationships we build year-round.
Nobody has welcomed me like the NKBA. They've become my friends and my family and my community.
I launched Free Power at KBIS 2024, never having been before, and it was the best thing that we've done for the company.
Anyone that's looking to become a certified kitchen and bath designer, do it for yourself, do it for your business, and do it for the valuable insight you will get into this industry.
From the kitchen to the bath and the spaces in between. From your first project to your next breakthrough. From local communities to the global stage, we are empowering design through connection. Join us and help shape what's next.
Welcome to KBIS, the premier destination for luxury kitchen and bath design.
For any of those luxury designers that specialize in kitchen and bath, they absolutely view KBIS as the place to come. They know that everybody is going to bring their best, showcase beautiful design.
KBIS is huge for seeing what products are out there. The luxury is really in the details. It's really about curating an environment that really elevates your daily life.
Here, industry-changing innovation meets unparalleled sophistication, designed to inspire and elevate your projects to new heights.
Whether you are a designer or design support or project manager or a specifier, there is something for everyone who touches the home in some capacity at this show.
KBIS is such a wonderful show because there are so many brands here and you see so many innovative products.
KBIS is more than a show. It's an opportunity to enhance your craft and stay ahead of the curve.
The subject matter, the experts who are there, they're really talking about how we bring luxury into design, whether it's kitchen design, bath design, or interiors.
And having great education, like in Luxury Lounge. I mean, these are really great opportunities for designers to stay on the forefront of what is coming.
This is where luxury designers, architects, and brands cultivate new relationships and grow their business.
It's about collaboration. It's about coming together, the design community, talking about topics, sharing our knowledge with each other.
The networking, the brands that come to this, the educational opportunities. I know that when I come to KBIS, I'm going to get a chance to speak in person to some of the designers that I really want to talk to.
Be inspired, elevate your vision, and join the industry at KBIS.
Well, I think it's the premier event. I think this is the place to be. So there's nowhere else to be but KBIS.
Today on Homeworthy, we're taking you to Toronto to meet Alexandra Gator, a home decor expert who connects with millions through her home makeover videos on YouTube. Alexandra makes design accessible for renters and homeowners alike and believes everyone deserves to live in a beautiful space that feels like home, no matter their budget. Alexandra's own home is full of character, DIY projects, and a lot of pink. Enjoy! You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hey Homeworthy, my name's Alexandra. Welcome to my home in Toronto. Come on in. Hi, I'm Alexandra Gator. I am from Toronto, Canada, and I am a home decor YouTuber. So I actually go into people's spaces, usually rentals, usually small spaces, and make them over with my team. The makeovers are completely gifted, and the goal is really to show my YouTube audience that it's possible to live in a beautiful space no matter what your decorating experience is, no matter your budget. I am also the author of a coffee table book called Own Your Space, where I walk through really simple, easy ways you can make your rental feel like home. So I live in a rental apartment within an old Victorian home. This home was actually built in the 1800s, so it's a heritage home here in Toronto. I personally love living in an older home because it's filled with character. And when we moved in, it was really a blank slate, and I changed a lot, and thankfully have landlords who were just so game for me to do whatever I wanted. I know people are always curious, like, what's your design style, or what design styles are you drawn to? And to be honest, I'm always stumped on that question because I feel like I love so many different styles. And something that I have really learned is to just buy what I love instead of trying to match a specific style. But if I had to narrow it down, I would say I love eclectic design, I love boho design, and I really love color. With a neutral base. So lots of colorful accessories, and I love bright spaces, like Scandi spaces. I love the brightness, light wood tones. So I guess to sum it up, I would say I love an eclectic design style and lots of color. Welcome to my living room. This is the space my partner and I spend most of our time in, I would say, and it also was the hardest room to design. I could not get this space right. I actually made it over 3 different times, but I feel like it's finally in a space where I'm happy with it, I love it, and it's just really, really comfortable. I think one of the main features of this living room and this entire home is the iconic stained glass. It lets in rainbows in the afternoon, which is so cool. Like the sun pours in and then there's these rainbow shapes on our wall. Another thing is the molding. I love all the molding in this space, and I really kind of leaned into that when I was making over this wall. This wall was so difficult to get right because it always just felt really blank, really open. I didn't know if I should paint it a color, but I landed on this peel and stick molding actually from a brand called Luxe Architectural. They sell these panels that you can just stick on the wall. I painted them the same color as the wall. They look like they've always been here. And I feel like it really complements the original molding in the home, like again, adding that character. And it filled the wall a lot. Even though it's a simple detail, I felt like it really completed the space. I added 2 squiggle wall sconces from my favorite lighting retailer called Mitzi. And this TV, it's actually the frame TV from Samsung. It's supposed to look like a piece of art on your wall, so it's not this black box staring at me constantly. I love it. Underneath, this is a piece I've actually brought with me apartment to apartment. I will actually add that a lot of these pieces I've kind of collected over time, and that's what I love about home decor and rentals. You can invest in these pieces that you bring with you space to space. So this bench was white at one point, then it was actually black. It's actually a custom stain that my handyman Graham came up with for me. He mixed it custom for me, and I love the color.
This was our home. the place where my husband Issa and I celebrated the birthdays of our 2 kids, marked milestones, and built our lives together. And then, in January 2025, it was gone. In just one night, everything we had poured our hearts into was reduced to ash, along with 18,000 other homes across Los Angeles.
It's like, gone here, gone here.
This is the story of how we're designing our way back. I'm Alexandra Azat, an interior designer, and together with my family, we're rebuilding one of the first homes in our neighborhood to rise again. Together, we'll transform this empty lot into a home full of heart and hope. This isn't just about bricks, wood, and paint.
This is the only rafter tail from our original house that made it through the fire.
It's about reclaiming what we lost, building something even more beautiful.
Oh my God.
And finding joy again in the process. We want to bring you along for the journey, not just for the rebirth of our home, but our entire neighborhood. The hard decisions, design breakthroughs, setbacks, and moments of hope. Thank you for being by our side in designing our way back.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
It's like, gone here, gone here. Very, very odd.
Hi, I'm Alex Azat.
I'm Issa Azat. Good to see everybody. We're here in Altadena.
I grew up in New York, the suburbs of New York, so it's actually very similar to where I now live, which is Pasadena, Altadena area. And I am an interior designer here in Altadena/Pasadena.
So I grew up in South Pasadena, but my mom was raised here in Altadena. So my grandparents were up here, and I spent a lot of time in Altadena. I spent some time away on the East Coast, but came back, met my wife, and we've been living in Pasadena, Altadena, for the last maybe about 7 years, and all my family's here, and we love it here.
We bought our dream house about 1.5 years ago, and everything about it was a dream for us. Like the aesthetics, where it is, the yard. We have a Great Dane, so having such a large yard for her, just pretty much everything about it we were very, very in love with.
Single-story ranch with some land.
Yeah, I remember being in the pool in December, or like early January maybe.
It was right after New Year's.
Yeah, and I looked at Issa and I said, I hope nothing changes because I'm so happy here.
You jinxed us.
I jinxed us. It's all my fault. But, you know, obviously January 7th, you know, fire happened and we lost everything.
Everyone lost everything. It was a big...
A whole lot of people lost a lot.
I will never in my life forget the moment I knew our house was gone. We were at my brother's house about 5 or 6 blocks south, directly south from where we are sitting right now. And we had spent the morning trying to get up to our house and just navigating through what felt like a surreal movie. You know, houses were on fire, fire trucks were everywhere, cars were exploding.
We were driving down the street and there was
we couldn't
literally
get
fire
it there,
at
yeah.
both sides of us. And I was like, we are parents, we can't do this. So I made him pull over.
Yeah, we went to my brother's house and my brother was putting water on his roof of his house. And so I parked the car in the backyard and Alex stayed in the car and me and my brother were outside. And I basically told him, look, I can't leave my wife.
I wasn't letting him go.
Yeah, I was like, you go up. And he's like, done. So he got about halfway up and got out of his car and ran up a golf course.
Hey, Homeworthy fans, Garo Kedigan here. New York City interior designer. Those of you who know my work know that I shop the Paris flea markets extensively, and today I'm going to let you in on a few secrets to the tricks of the trade. So the Paris flea market is actually technically not in Paris. It's actually just outside of Paris. The Porte Clignancourt is actually just adjacent to the Paris city center. So actually when you take a cab, I always tell my clients to make sure you tell the cab driver that you're going to the Marché aux Puces in Saint-Ouen, Rue de Rossier. Rue de Rossier is where most of the markets are, and if you tell the cab driver that you're going to Rue de Rossier and you're not specific about Saint-Ouen, he might take you to some random place in Paris. Each of the markets has its own specialty. But as a New York City interior designer, I really want to focus in on the ones that feature the furniture and the lighting. These are the Serpette Market, which is the indoor market, and the adjoining Paul Bert Market, which is the outdoor market. Come on, let's take a look.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
It's easy to become overwhelmed in the Paris flea markets because there's so much to see. But I always tell people to come prepared. Of course, as an interior designer, I always come with my furniture plans, some fabric schematics, and of course, a list of all the things that I'm looking for and a measuring tape. It's key. You have to measure and see what things are. Scale is very important, of course. When you're looking at things in the flea market, sometimes you'd be inspired by the most amazing, gorgeous things that you might not have on your list. There's always room for something fabulous in your house, that's for sure. Bonjour, monsieur, ça va?
Bonjour,
ça va bien?
Merci.
Merci. This is one of my favorite little booths here in the flea market. I've bought many things from Monsieur Olivier. He has the most wonderful collection of mid-century modern pieces. I've bought many light fixtures, and this fabulous coffee table caught my eye the other day. Fits perfectly, I think. In one of my projects. Of course, when you're shopping the Paris flea markets, you'll see so many great things, but the important thing is to keep in mind that you understand the scale and the size of the pieces that you're considering. So that's why it's critical to have a measuring tape. I always carry around a small one in my pocket because, you know, sometimes the larger ones get very heavy. But it's always actually very helpful to have the centimeters on one side, because they like to do everything in centimeters here, and the inches on the back side. It works perfectly. Bonjour Frédéric, ça
Salut,
va?
ça va?
Oui,
Tu vas
bien,
bien?
merci. Bien.
Ça fait plaisir de te voir.
Merci. Je viens toujours mon vendeur favori. I always have my favorite vendors, of course. And Frédéric is one of them. It's called Simone. You should follow them on Instagram. Fabulous stuff. Look at these
Merci
wonderful chairs. Les chaises sont magnifiques.
Oui.
Ils sont italiennes.
Exactement.
Et
Elles
vous
sont
avez combien?
italiennes. Il y en a 6.
6.
Elles sont très élégantes.
Wow, oui.
La couleur est très très jolie. C'est un noyer blond.
C'est vraiment beau.
Ouais, j'adore.
Oui, j'aime le petit détail.
Ah ouais, sur les pieds.
Les pieds.
Ouais, elles sont vraiment très chic.
Wow. Look at this beautiful detail. See how the leg flares out at the bottom? Such a subtle but beautiful detail. Of course, I always have to recover all my stuff when I buy it, but it's always nice that the vendors actually take such pride in their beautiful pieces and they actually recover them in brand new fabrics. How fabulous would these chairs be in a house in the Hamptons? I'm working on a fabulous project in Southampton, and I think these would be the perfect breakfast chairs in there. What do you think?
Hi everyone, welcome back. Joining us now to talk about resilient design is architect Harper Halpern. She's the co-founder of AAHA Studio in Los Angeles, where she designs homes that are built to last. Thank you so much for joining us.
And I did it on my own. It was previously a different name, and I had my husband come join me in 2018, and so we felt like we had to rebrand. It had to be a group studio rather than just about me. And his name is Aaron, and my name is Harper, and so we were like, why not do something together? But we didn't want the traditional last name situation, so we were like, well, AAHA AHA Studio, and it's a double entendre, right?
That's
You're
so
like,
funny.
oh, it's the big light bulb, the aha
So
moment.
I should have said AHA Studio.
That's okay, we won't grade you again.
That's a great name and a great story. Well, we're excited to hear all about the panel that you're speaking on later today with Jonathan Scott of Property Brothers. It's all about resilient design. What are you bringing to that conversation?
You know, I think that unfortunately, I would say, we had the situation where we're an LA-based studio, born and bred, and we were faced with just a huge conundrum of how to rebuild after the insane fires we had last year at the top of the year. And, you know, LA is known for resilience, and for, you know, our code compliance is a really big thing. We have pretty stringent code. But this is, you know, a whole new ball game. And so we're really figuring out how to build homes just in mass, and also how to maintain our neighborhood, right? Like, we have two separate neighborhoods that really caught the brunt of the fire, the Palisades and Altadena, both very different in terms of stylistic component, but similar in terms of they were family neighborhoods, right? And multi-generational family neighborhoods at that. So just really figuring out how do we rebuild in mass and in scale, but responsibly.
So your perspective to this conversation is going to be sort of like the fire element of it, and other voices might be coming from different perspectives.
So exactly, there will be three of us on the panel, and we're actually all LA, I wouldn't say natives, but right now we're all based in LA, and it's myself and another architect, and then Jonathan Scott obviously is coming from the construction side, and he does a lot of resilience planning within his builds, and his fiance, I think, had her family home unfortunately was lost, so that's part of it.
Well, let's talk a little bit about how those fires changed the way you approach your design as an architect.
So after the fires, we decided that we really didn't want to hugely change the way that we do our process, right? We, our studio, we do residential and commercial and hospitality, but on the residential side, we're very high touch. We're what we coin a concierge style studio. We're going to be there from beginning to end, and our clients, the service to our clients is one of the most important parts. We wanted to be able to maintain that even though we're building in such large masses at this point. And so as a result, we're trying to keep that mentality, but also figure out how do you plan resilience into the project from the get-go, right? And how do you really figure out what a client needs, what they want in today's market, but also in future, and then also what are we going to need to do from a code compliance perspective and, you know, just resilience perspective moving forward, for insurance purposes especially.
So if we're talking about a house that's being constructed in Los Angeles right now, what are the kinds of new technologies that are being put into these homes to help protect them from fires?
I think that that's a little bit of a loaded question, just because new technologies come at a very high price point. And so with that, building in LA is already so expensive. It's exorbitant almost, and a lot of people aren't able to build at just a normalized price point. So then when you add this level of new technology, it's a non-starter for some. So we are talking about that with some of our clients. You know, how do you add additional sprinkler systems hooked up to the pool and pumps and all these other components? But how do you also build at a base level and more appropriate to a price point that some people need to do?
So what are those not as tech forward, expensive solutions that people can put into their own homes now?
Super easy. It's about retrofitting your existing house. You can do it in a lot of different ways. In LA, we have raised crawl spaces often for homes that were built post-war or a little bit after. We also have exposed attics because our buildings need to breathe. So
what does that mean, an exposed attic?
So we have
I'm from New York. I'm not familiar with the lingo.
Yeah, we basically have attic vents that, you know, are there's no barrier between the inside and the outside. So embers get into our attics quite easily and to our crawl spaces. So a lot of homes, especially older stock homes, that's unfortunately what happened. They burn from the inside out. And so just adding normalized vents with smaller mesh, so Vulcan vents are one way to do it. Also, we're already energy compliant in California quite severely, so we do dual pane regularly, dual pane windows and doors, but adding a triple pane to that is not actually significantly more expensive, maybe about 6% difference, and so that's a really good way to do it as well.
How important are like sprinklers in mass?
So all of our new homes have sprinklers on the inside, but obviously not necessarily built in on the outside. I think that the idea of herd mentality in fires is really important, and so the idea that your home is only as safe as what your neighbors are doing as well. So designing with that in mind, whether it's through a landscape component or whether it's through an irrigation component, is really important. There were a lot of talks and thoughts about the amount of water that was available. Right. And so that gets a little political, but I think that, you know, again, these passive technologies and these passive ways to do it so that you have higher herd mentality is really a great way.
So say you do have the budget for these tech forward new ideas. What are some of them that can be implemented?
One of the ones that our clients are looking into is roof sprinkler systems that hook up to pools, like I said. But their new technology is that they're basically pinged to satellite monitoring, and so if there is a fire event or some kind of other component, the satellite monitoring system would start the sprinklers at the right time rather than having them be a constant drip, or like people are leaving and they're spraying their roofs. That only lasts for so long. So you don't have to be present at your home to still have it protected because it's monitored from an outside source.
Talk a little bit about how personal this is for you. I mean, you are a native Angelino, so while your home wasn't affected, I mean, many of your projects were. So this really kind of strikes an emotional chord.
It did more than I really thought it would. So yes, born and bred Angelino, and when I started the studio a decade ago, you know, we started doing work all over LA Basin, which is really amazing. We get to work in lots of different jurisdictions, lots of different pockets of LA. Every part of LA is really different, so it keeps us on our toes. But I would say in the last 5 years, especially post-COVID, we've done a lot of work in Palisades area. And so as a result, we had a number of projects that were there and either recently completed or had, you know, not even started yet. And unfortunately, we did lose some of that housing stock. Some, amazingly, was still there and is being remediated, and that's a whole nother process. But for the ones that were lost, it was incredibly emotional. Being on the phone with clients as we're finding out, and, you know, pins and needles, is it still there, is it not? It was really hard.
I can't imagine. Let's talk about one project in particular. Yeah. It was finished in October of 2024. So they lived in it for just a few months before it burned. We have some photos. Lily, can we bring those up? And I'd love to talk through them, and you can tell us about what you did to design. But I think what's really powerful, and I'll let you tell it, but they're rebuilding.
They're rebuilding. It's been, you know, a really big deal since the moment I got the call from them that the house for sure did burn down. We started working with them in 2021 and
because it was a total new build, and we're seeing images of it here. Yeah. So it was built from the ground up.
Exactly. So it was a pretty much full rebuild, young family. At the time they had 2 kids. Now they have 3 kids. And we went through the whole design process. We did the architecture and interiors for this project. And so, you know, you're with someone hundreds of hours.
Sure.
I mean, just for the
You're a part
design.
of the family.
You are, for sure. I mean, you care about them wholeheartedly. And then through the construction process, we were there a lot as well. So we did a lot of construction administration with them. And the contractor, we were a wonderful team between the family, us, and the contractor. And so excited to move them in the end of October. We were still putting finishing touches on and still getting everything ready. We photographed it in November, and it was a big, you know, just amazing moment, the culmination of the project. And then fast forward through the holidays, we had just given them their holiday gift. I had just gotten the call, thank you so much. We absolutely loved using, you know, the spices that we had sent them. And then January happens, and it was, I mean, it was horrible. Crying on the phone with a client, there's nothing that gets you closer to them than that.
And this is it.
Yes, and this is post-fire. And because I was so close to this process with them, I was on the burn site 2 weeks post-fire, which most people did not, I don't say the luxury, the horror of going and seeing this. It felt apocalyptic. It felt like, you know, a bomb had gone off.
And totally just like an out-of-body experience. Here, this home
Horrible.
had only been standing for a number of months.
Yeah.
And it's just like reduced to rubble. And was it an easy decision for them to decide to rebuild, or what was that process?
I think with all of these rebuilds and all of these clients, you're going through your stages of grief, right? So some days you're on the let's go do it and I'm moving forward, and other days you're just in a slump and you just don't know if this is the right decision or really what to do. And we've, you know, helped them through all of those components and just figuring out like, okay, we're gonna go forward and move through the steps, even if we don't know that this is what we want, at least we're in a forward trajectory. And so the day that the post-fire rebuild area opened up, the city opened it up, I went with my set of plans and I said, I'm here to resubmit. They said, we're not ready for you. Come back tomorrow to the other one.
You were the first one in line, probably.
I was, because I was like, why don't I figure out how this works? That way I can proliferate to other people and other clients just how to do it. And that was a really special thing to share with them.
Lily, can we pull those pictures back up of the house? I would love you just to walk us through sort of some of your design choices that you made, and talk a little bit about your architectural style that you implemented into that house. So this is one of the bathrooms?
This is the kids, two of the girls, the Jack and Jill bathroom, or Jill and Joe, I guess we'll say, bathroom. And they wanted to share a bathroom, but they each have their own separate entries. This is one of the oldest daughter's bedroom.
So sweet. Can we actually take them full screen? Is that possible? Then we can see more. Because I want to see all the toys.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's so fun to style a kid's bedroom. You know, it's always like, of course, it doesn't stay that way.
But it doesn't feel that childish. This feels like a, you know.
She, you know, is not a little kid.
Yeah.
She's, you know, getting in to be, you know, in her teenage years, so to speak. Not yet, but will be. And so it was the idea to grow with her. This is the kitchen, yeah. So they entertain a lot. Actually, when I came to their house the first time, they were like, we love to entertain, we want an open kitchen, but we want to be able to close it off for when people come. And so we have these double 6-foot, so 13-foot slider doors that close off the kitchen. And that was a fun detail to figure out. This is the primary bathroom.
It's so clean and modern.
Yes, yeah. It's that good in between. It's the, you know, a little bit transitional, a little bit modern, textural details.
And neutrals.
Yes,
Is that a lot of the projects that you work on? Would you say this is a very California feel?
This is a very California feel. I feel like our projects run the gamut. We definitely don't, this is the rear of the house, so you're looking up the hill towards the house. Yeah, just really giving it a sense of cleanliness and a sense of livability. That indoor-outdoor feel, of course, quintessential California. But yeah, just something that the family could grow with.
Well, let's talk about Case Study 2.0, the program. And for those unfamiliar with it, what is it and why is it so important right now?
So the original case study program was a post-war program that was meant to get people excited about California living, but from a technological and mass production standpoint. So it was a catalog build where the Art and Architecture magazine asked a group of architects to create a program that people could pick from the catalog, like a Sears catalog, but do it on a scale that was all about modernism and glass and steel and technology and how those components come together. And so this was not a riff on the program, but basically a breath of fresh air for it, a reinvigoration, where Crest Real Estate, they're an expediting studio in LA. They asked a group of architects, there are actually over 40 of us, I think, international and local, to come up with new ideas of how to recreate this program and have a catalog of homes that people could select from to save them the design part of the process. So ideally, these would roll out quite quickly. You could get them built quite quickly. There was an idea of standardization, not from like, every home will be the same, but let's get them in a buildable price point, $500 to $800 a square foot, which in LA is an affordable price point, which is insane. I'm even saying that, but it's true. And just give them a high design concept.
And this is what a house would look like.
Yes, was our case study program house, and our concept was based around defensible space and the idea of a courtyard. And really, it struck me when I went to the first home 2 weeks, 3 weeks post-fire, you could tell all the landscape was pristine, it was beautiful, but the middle of where the fire just barreled down the streets was horrible. And so how do we create defensible space or fire breaks in urban infill lots? And that's a really hard thing to do.
And I would imagine in Los Angeles, there's a lot of red tape. The permits take a long time. Yeah. But with these homes, that legwork and foundational work is already done. So
Correct.
If you choose a home from a catalog,
it's already been pre-checked, definitely by Crest, who are, the kings of expediting within the city, but also as they're picked up by homeowners, they go through the review process with the city, and the city is on board with then proliferating them for other sites.
How much time do you think you can save if you choose one of these?
So it's totally client dependent. I mean, some clients really want to take their time through the design process. Others just want you to
get me moved in.
Exactly. But it's really anywhere from 6 to 12 months of savings just in time.
Well, I remember this. I mean, I don't remember the Sears catalog, but there are some of these homes that are still standing today, and it's really kind of cool to see those old catalogs and look at the catalog and then see it in real life. So that's an exciting project that you're working on. As an architect working in LA, what are sort of some of your non-negotiables that are that you think about when you're building?
So it's really about knowing where you're building, which neighborhood you're building in, what the permitting jurisdiction is because of all the red tape, right? We don't get the benefit anymore of this concept of design, bid, build, where the whole thing is very, nice and takes a number of years. And clients come to us and they're like, I bought a house, I'm carrying 2 mortgages, I really need to be in as quickly as possible, but I want it to be beautiful, I want it to be custom, I want all my bells and whistles. Let's do it. And you're like,
let me just rub my genie lamp
exactly.
and get you that.
Exactly. And so just really knowing the process is huge. And that is one of the services you're providing to your clients. Design, I don't want to say it's easy, it's not, that's its own thing, but just navigating the process is a huge part. So.
Well, it's also probably helpful that your firm not only does the architecture side, but also the design side. So you're working in tandem with each other, and you're not having a discussion with an outside designer.
And sometimes we do it opposite, where we're only doing the architecture and they have an interior designer that they've worked with many times over, and we bring them into the fold, right? We work with them in a seamless capacity. Same with a contractor, right? Sometimes they have a contractor they're coming in with. So it's really just about this group mentality, and it takes a village to get a home built there, and how do we navigate that together?
Well, the city of Los Angeles is incredibly resilient and really just a beacon of hope. And I think that it's so inspiring that a lot of families and people are rebuilding and keeping themselves in the communities and making that pledge to the city.
It's wonderful. I mean, you know, the hope really was to keep the community strong and make sure that people that have been there for a number of years come back. One of our rebuilds we're doing for an 86-year-old gentleman, and he is just like, get me back in my home.
God. Well, this is his home.
It is, and he wants to go back. He's lived there for 40 plus years.
It's all he knows, I'm sure. And he doesn't,
sure.
and he's not going to be displaced. That's a really inspiring story. Yeah. Harper, thank you so much for sharing your insights
of course.
And these really special stories about your fellow neighbors in California.
Thank you for having me and for supporting us and getting the word out. That's,
oh my gosh, we're so
important.
happy. Thank you. Well, coming up next, we'll be talking with a familiar face from HGTV and beyond, designer and tastemaker Tanya Nyack. Don't go away. It's incredible what you're doing.
Oh, thank you.
This segment is sponsored by GE Appliances. Explore good things for life, built for America.
Be good. I'll be home after dinner. Abby, don't eat that.
Oh no.
Don't worry. Drop it, Scout. Drop it. No.
Cut down cook time. Speed up cleanup with GE Appliances' new Easy Wash oven tray.
How'd it go?
Easy peasy. Perfect little angels.
So, what do you think?
I give her 2 weeks.
KBIS shows us that how we live, cook, and gather can be luxurious, both inside the home and beyond it. Today on Homeworthy, we're counting down our top 5 outdoor entertaining spaces. From sun-soaked terraces to inviting courtyards designed for al fresco dining and easy entertaining. You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
So this is a spot we use year-round, fire pit and chairs, and we cram people in here. I mean, we've had 25 people sitting around. The ledge around the edge here is a nice seating height. That was purposeful. So people scoot in. When it's not fire pit season, we use this as a table. We throw big platters of appetizers on here. And it's just always really beautiful and nice. Even in the cold months, it's wonderful because this does kick off a lot of heat. But obviously it's all about the view. So we love this area and spend a lot of time here. When we bought the home, it was sort of overgrown and there wasn't really a front garden to speak of. So we knew that was a big opportunity. The lower yard was also quite overgrown and there was a big concrete sort of parking situation in the lower garden. So we got rid of that, and the property just presented a lot of opportunities for improvements. We knew, because we were building during COVID, we were really sensitive to being really purposeful about the spaces that we were creating and wanting to create destinations on our property that we would use all seasons, both as a family of 4, but also for our extended family and friends. So we thought a lot about what the different parts of our property could be, and I think we arrived at solutions and moments that are really special and that we actually do use. We've created reasons to go to the different parts of our property, so that's really nice.
This loggia bar that we had built off the guest house is the heart and soul of our home because it's truly where we spend so much time with friends and family. So what in Palm Beach, what we call a loggia is a structure that's attached to the building that has open air sides. So this isn't an awning, this is actually a structure that's attached to the guest house. And if you look up, we finished the ceiling with Pecky wood cypress, which is sprinkled throughout the home from our front door to our living room. It is an original characteristic of homes from the 1920s and especially old Florida. So that was a really fun detail that we wanted to bring in, matching the dark color of the wood to what you see throughout the home. My husband and I were sort of convinced that we wanted a hotel lobby type bar, not like a traditional sit-up high bar. So we had a countertop bar, hand poured with pebbles and shells from concrete. It has all the pickled top and character that we really hoped it would. And so this is really the mainstay of the bar. And then the front part of the bar, as you can see, we had the Pecky cypress wood done all throughout the side of the bar as well, just to mimic the ceiling and to give it like a real grounded feel. The primary exciting piece, I just save up a lot of birthdays for this one, is the white gold pebble ice machine. I know. I grew up in Texas. I love ice, and pebble ice is like the best ice. So that was my big splurge, let's put it that way.
So right off of our bedroom is our lanai and our backyard area. We recently completely redid the backyard. We had a monstrous overhaul of flagstone removal and flagstone cutting and turf install. That was a really exciting process to do. But the backyard now is way more functional, way more aesthetically pleasing, and we're just so excited. It feels very like garden-like, it feels enchanting. It reminds us of pools surrounded by lawn that you see in the Hamptons or in like a French countryside. So we're really thrilled with how it all worked out. And we used a local company called Turf Rocks, and they molded and sculpted the existing flagstone that we did keep to make even channels between all of the stone, and then they laid down turf. The area all around the pool, we went with a turf-only design, and we just couldn't be happier with how it all turned out. They even did countersunk umbrella holes where we have dropped in these beautiful yellow umbrellas from California Umbrella. And it gives such a nice shade. It's such a great place to hang out. We have 4 new chaise loungers from Highwood Home, USA, and they're made in the US, and they're so gorgeous. I love them. And we have new striped cabana pillows from Hackner Home, and also green and white striped chaise lounger cushions from the company store. And you'll notice when we take a walk around the pool, they're the same green and white stripe that you saw on the X benches that we are reupholstered, that we brought from New York City Curb Find. And they are the same cushions that are at the Beverly Hills Hotel. When we first saw the backyard photos for this listing, I immediately had ideas on how far we could take the design. The bones were amazing. I just knew that we could make it a little bit cozier and more functioning for our Four Seasons loving family. We are always outside.
So our favorite part of the house and what sold us on the house was this antique aggregate patio on the backside. When we first walked out here, I didn't need to see the inside of the house. I was already sold. So we've tried to dress it in a way that I think it should have been dressed for the time. And so we've brought in these, I collect these Francois Carré. They are 1920s Art Deco. And we've painted them all monochromatic in this really pretty sort of jade green. Since we have a small kitchen, but the kitchen's right off the patio, I also collect terracotta pots. So I've got a bunch of these terracotta pots out here that are filled with herbs. So if you're cooking in the kitchen, you can just come out to the patio, take a little clipping to take in for whatever you're cooking. It's kind of nice. It's just another extension of a really small space. So another piece that I really like to entertain with is this antique bar cart. It's on wheels, so you can wheel it around. And my favorite way to set it up is with a Moscow Mule bar. So I have all of these copper mugs, and I do a little bowl of limes, and then your ginger beers down below. And then last summer in New England, I went to Nora Murphy's shop, and she had the cutest little bottle cooler with a little handle. And so you can carry it around. It's great for outside. It's antique brass, and I think that looks really cute on there. And then mint that we grew in our little pots on the patio. You can set it on there as well. And then another cool thing is when you're entertaining, the whole top comes off like a tray, so you can carry this around if you have guests sitting over at the table and set it down.
We're standing in front of the fish pond, which is absolutely one of my favorite parts about this house. This is a very comfortable spot for us out here. In fact, it's a great space to entertain friends, and especially in the summer. And from here we can see the front facade of the house, and we can see the greenery all around us. And we can also, in the distance, we can see the trees from the park around the Hollywood Bowl. It's nice to have drinks out here before we go into the house, especially because we like to admire the front facade of the house, because it is so historic and unexpected. And so it's a great place to have people for drinks. One of the most unusual features of this house is its curved facade, because it's most unusual, as I said, a very unusual feature of the house. And it has this balcony with the gargoyle, which we had to replace. So it has the balcony with the gargoyle, but you can see that unlike many other houses, you can see the curve up on the roof line. And the house itself has never been painted. The surface is actually gunite, which is a kind of concrete which is used for swimming pools. It's not really used very much anymore, but it's great for us, and it gives the house a nice old-fashioned look. This is the most Venetian part of the house because it has that kind of Venetian, the window has a Venetian point to it, and it's like a long exclamation mark with the balcony overlooking the street. And in fact, the front facade of this house really has only 3 windows, and these almost don't really even qualify because they're actually French doors. That's what makes it probably one of the most unusual houses in Los Angeles. In fact, when people come to visit, I say, well, you'll know our house because it's like no other house you've seen before. And the hanging light here above the front door, which is very useful, it doubles as a spot for the birds, because at the bottom, quite often the birds make their nests there. So it's kind of rather charming to come home to the cheep cheep of little baby birds.
Welcome back. Joining us now is a familiar face from HGTV and beyond, designer, tastemaker, and Next Stage headline host, Tanya Nyack. Welcome.
Thank you.
You've been a busy bee since you've been here.
Oh, it's been busy and buzzing all day long.
And
Doesn't
yesterday.
your brain buzz when you go home at the end of the night?
It does.
You're like,
it's hard
whoa.
to turn off.
It is, but it's so much. Like, there's so much to
Well, you were
see.
moderating yesterday. You were leading award shows. Tell us what you've been up to.
I got to be day one host on the main stage, which was really fun. I've been to KBIS and I've seen the hosts, and I see how much it is, like how exciting it is and all the things they get to do. So there was a 30 under 30 award, so I was a part of that. I moderated 2 panels, and I kind of just kept the day moving along. So it was really fun. I met a lot of people.
Well, I want to pivot to talk about the show that you just recently wrapped,
Oh my
Rock
gosh.
the Block.
I'm going to tell you.
What was the experience?
The wildest experience. I've been doing television for over 20 years now. Hands down the wildest experience I've ever done. And I did Restaurant Impossible for 13 years, where we were flipping restaurants in 24 hours. Right? Crazy. This was crazier in my mind.
Why was it crazier?
It was just, we're taking a house, and in 6 weeks, we're starting with concrete subfloor and like basically bare drywall. And in 6 weeks' time, we've moved walls, taken down walls, added windows, added plumbing, built out kitchens, but all of that, and then staging it and like literally making it move-in ready. It was wild.
So from a production standpoint, if we're talking like TV behind the scenes, you are actually there for 6 weeks working on it?
Yes.
Day in and day out?
Day in and day out, but I'm also like eating, sleeping. You can't sleep because
it's like a marathon.
Yeah, your brain is constantly thinking, oh my gosh, if I don't catch this now, it's going to be too late, because work is constantly happening. So,
Right. It's not like one thing stops.
Yes.
You're juggling a lot of balls in the air. Now, the show premise, there are 4 homes. I mean, you're competing against 3 others.
Right.
So, is it friendly competition, or are you really duking it out?
Well, it's funny because in years past, there have been some duke outs, that have happened, and it's it's a competition. Of course,
right, you want to win.
Right. This year, we teamed up with celebrities, and it was a different vibe, I think. Like, we really, all 4 teams became this one giant family. We're in a group chat. Like we all still stay in touch since we wrapped, and you know, like we still hang out. We still, if one of us is visiting another town that someone's in, we'll reach out and grab lunch. So the camaraderie was next
when you
level.
are with each other for 6 weeks straight, I mean, you kind of become like family, I would imagine.
We did. We really did.
So what is this celebrity twist? Tell us more.
Yeah, the celebrity twist is like every year so far on Rock the Block, they've had duos from HGTV. Okay, so it's been a team from HGTV, whatever. This year, it was an HGTV talent paired up with a celebrity. So mine was Drew Lachey from 98 Degrees. Yeah, he is
I
so
used to
fun.
love, I mean, that is fun.
Yeah, we were literally, you know, he won Dancing with the Stars on the season 1. I think it was season 1 or 2. And so we're literally like dancing, he's singing, we're working. It was like,
that makes it fun.
It was fun. It was really fun. Yeah.
So, well, I mean, and he's pretty handy, I feel like.
Very,
isn't he?
he had a show on DIY. I
remember this.
So I was like, you know, I thought, is this guy going to just pretend to do tile on camera?
But no.
No, he really did. Like, I walked away and I came back and the whole thing was tiled. I'm like, dude, where did you learn how to do this?
Wait, so can you tell us who some of the other celebrities were?
Yeah,
who
for
are
sure.
they?
Well, I'll tell you the HGTV people who you'll be very familiar with, which Scott McGilvery. He was teamed up with Brooke Hogan. Hulk Hogan's daughter. Did you even know she was a designer?
I did not.
Didn't know it either. And she is so talented and just a light. She's so fun and like so real. And then Nina Starziak-Hawk, she teamed up with Vernon Davis, who, do you know him? From the 49ers.
Yep.
Girl, you know your sports, huh?
Just a little bit.
Yeah,
Just a little bit. Not a lot. Don't push me too hard on this.
He's also an artist and a designer, so they were a team. And then we had Kim Wolf and Chelsea Meisner. They were both on Survivor.
Oh, cool.
Chelsea was also on Southern Charm.
Well, watch out. If somebody was on Survivor,
I mean, honestly.
they know how to do this.
And they were so quiet the whole time, and I was just like, what is going on
Stealthy.
over there? They had stuff up their sleeve.
Well, this is going to be really exciting to watch. So you just wrapped. Now, when you come from this TV world of being able to produce something in 6 weeks and get a whole house done, and then you move into your other daytime job of being a designer, and clients, do they come to you and they're like, oh, I just saw that you did that whole house in 6 weeks. I'd like something done really fast. I mean, are the expectations, they need to be tempered a little bit for clients?
Always, but it's not even just with me as an HGTV designer and they expect it. I think in general, all designers have to manage their expectations because things always take longer. I mean, we all know that. And you know, you want to get the quality right. You want to make sure it's done right. And when you speed things up, mistakes can happen, and you'll see that on the show, which a lot of mistakes happen because of time.
With speed. Well, you're sort of known for approachable, functional style. Can you share some key principles that you always follow to attain this look?
Yeah, I can. Yes, I can. So I can go in a whole bunch of different directions with this, but I'm going to make it actually a real simple to the core kind of principle that I tell a lot of people who are just starting to explore this world of wanting to start a renovation or a design. So not from a designer's perspective, but from the client's end. If they could just, a lot of times they're like, oh, I like that, but I can't imagine that in my house, or I don't know at all what I want. I always tell them, open up your closet door, look at what you wear on a regular basis. So if normally you're a jeans and t-shirt kind of person, then you probably prefer a very casual, calm, relaxed space. If you like sparkles, you know, or maybe just a touch of it, then maybe you like that little one touch of a little bit of, exactly, tailored, formal. For me, I'm very monochromatic, and it's like, I didn't know you were going to ask me that question, but this literally would dictate what I'm comfortable with.
Does this mean your home is sort of neutral?
It's neutral, monochromatic, comfortable. It's like linen, you know. And so I think that there's a nod to that. I like a touch of elegance, so I do like to have a few
your jewelry on you, but then also your jewelry in the home. We've actually been talking a lot about that with other designers who have stopped by. You know, they talk about the hardware in kitchens or in bathrooms, or just to add that little bit of elegance to a space that might otherwise be kind of relaxed, but then you have that extra surprise.
Right, and I think if you can break it down that way and say, not the outfit that I would wear to an event, but the clothes I gravitate towards every day. will really, if somebody likes bold pattern and color every day, then they probably are comfortable with a bold wall covering in their house or bold fabrics, you know?
That's a really interesting perspective that I actually haven't heard before. But I do think that when you see somebody who is sort of dressed impeccably, whether or not it be casually, you know, maybe a great pair of tailored jeans and a crisp button down, I mean, that's its own look.
That says a lot about their style.
And then you might meet somebody who looks great in a very tailored suit with pumps and a fantastic bag. I usually think that style and homes go hand in hand with each other, so I sort of think that, like, they must have a great house on the inside if this is kind of like the armor that they're going outside wearing. I don't know, I do think they go hand in hand, so I think your perspective is really interesting. Let's talk a minute about restaurants, because this is also an area, I mean, you're like the jack of all trades, you do everything here. You've been working on a restaurant.
Yeah, well, so my husband and I own restaurants. We have 9 different locations of different restaurants, so it's kind of a marriage made in heaven.
And this is one of them right here?
Yeah, oh, well, so that's one that I designed, actually.
Yes.
So this is not one that we own, but one that I designed. It's Tuscan Kitchen. We've done a lot of work with the Tuscan group, so this one is in Salem, New Hampshire. It's just, it's my love. It is my love.
Wine rack.
It's insane, and it's actually a wine room. You can walk in between. This is a rooftop, owned by the same restaurant owners, but this is a separate restaurant and rooftop space that it's just, I love seeing people gather in the spaces. To me, when you can, you know how hard it is to design for one client.
Sure.
Right? So a restaurant, I'm designing for the client, but then I'm also designing for the masses. Like, I want everybody to come in and feel comfortable there, or have something in there that really is special or a takeaway for them, but that the owner is really proud of too. So it's like, how do you do that, right?
How do you approach a residential project, you know, for a family or for a couple or whatever it may be, versus a hospitality project? Because I would imagine from business perspectives, they're entirely different.
Yeah. You know, the only difference, I think it starts the same way. We start with sort of concepts, images, things that are meaningful to them. But from a restaurant perspective, I'm really looking at their menu, their price point. I like to talk to the chef, you know. I like to look at the demographics. I want to see, is it a neighborhood restaurant? Are people coming in multiple times a week? Or is it a specialty restaurant where they're coming in once in a while and they want that really special celebration type of vibe in there? So, you know, it's approached a little differently.
What about budget-wise? I mean, is that different too? Hospitality versus residential?
I mean, the number tends to be different, but again, everybody has a budget. Everybody does. And I think the biggest difference between residential and hospitality is the hard deadline.
Yeah.
The deadline for hospitality, there's no wiggle room. Residential, you have a little bit of play.
I can't, like, I've got all these questions because you've got so many things going on. You've got the show, you've got restaurants, you've got design projects. You're also talking here at KBIS about urban calm.
Yeah.
And harnessing micro nature in the city. I live in a city.
Yeah.
I would like to know how I can do this.
It was a really interesting panel that we did yesterday, and it was about a lot about that, you know, the B word, biophilia, which everybody's talking about, right? You know, and I was saying that in my mind, when I hear that word, I immediately think greenery, plants, but there's a lot more to it. And we were talking about how there's these organic textures in countertops and tile. There's a lot of different ways that you can introduce biophilia and a sense of calm into your space.
Well beyond plants.
Right.
Well, that's good, because I have an orange tree that I have basically just about killed.
Oh no.
I can't keep it alive.
Save the
So
tree,
I need other things where I
Yeah.
can get the same effect.
Yeah.
So you're putting it into your home in other ways.
It's a lot of different things, because it's sound, it's lighting, it's the temperature of your light in your space. You know, if it's too bright or too fluorescent, that is not calming.
Sure.
Right? So you might want to go for a 2700 Kelvin temperature, or shades that, bathrooms, kitchen and bathrooms, there's a lot of hard surfaces. So where are you bringing that softness and calm in? So it was a pretty interesting conversation.
Is 2700 Kelvin, is that your perfect lighting?
To me, it's perfect.
That's perfect.
Yes.
Wait, what is it again?
2700 Kelvin.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Everybody wants to know that.
Yeah.
So if you want to create a sense of nature in a small space, how do you do that?
That to me is a very simple answer with just adding some plants and greenery. And there are some really
Maybe some that
plants
don't need a lot of water.
they don't need a lot.
Cacti,
right?
Aloe vera plants.
There you go.
I can leave for a few weeks and not have to worry about them.
I've actually killed some succulents in my life, so even they
People
need
keep
a little
asking me if this orange tree that I have is real, and I'm like, yeah, it was. It arrived alive, and it's sort of like on its last
Maybe
legs.
you're paying too much attention to them. Sometimes they just want to be left alone.
Oh, that's funny. It's like an introverted plant.
Yes, exactly. Like they need their space.
I love that. And then vertical gardens. Is that another way to kind of like design for a small space if you don't have like a lot of surface space?
Right, to bring micro nature or whatever that is, you know. And again, like I was saying, it could actually even be a leather finished countertop.
Oh, wow.
Right, or a very textural fabric on a bar stool. Like there's just introducing fabrics into a space is a really great way.
Well, speaking of sort of textures, you have a line of wall coverings now and tiles.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You know what? It's funny because I'll speak first more about the wall covering because that came first. It was a really long process. In my design firm, we have our materials library like people do, and I would always look at the books on the shelves and be like, I'd see all these other designers' names, and I thought, well, why can't my name be on one of these?
Good for you.
Yeah, so I started to hit up my reps and asked to be introduced to, the president of their company. And I finally connected with MDC Interior Solutions. They're a global company that does a lot more than just wall covering. But I have been, and Lentex is the other, so they're the manufacturer, MDC is the distributor. I go into the studio, I'm screen printing, and we're doing art, and we're pulling color. Like, it is the essence of what I've always wanted to do. So I'm really proud of it, and it's very personal to me, and it's commercial grade. So I can use it for my hospitality projects.
In your restaurants or
Full
in
circle.
your,
Yes.
that's incredible.
Yeah, it's great. And now the tile is new. That's with Jen Rose.
Where did you pull this inspiration from for your patterns and designs?
I stick to my core belief of that my neutral, so I do color, but neutral color, like this is what I'm wearing, You'll see greens, but they're muted. Even pinks, it's a more muted. And all of the colors work together. So,
that's perfect.
Yeah, and I was trying to fix a problem as a designer. A lot of times, by the time the contractor orders it, it's out of stock. So then you almost have to reinvent the whole wheel again. So I wanted to make sure all of these colors work together. So if I had to pick another one, it's gonna work, and everything is a lot more seamless.
You've really thought through this.
I love it so much. Can you tell? I'm
I'm excited to see it. Congratulations.
you.
And what are we calling the line? Is it your name?
It's Tanya Nyack, with MDC Interior Solutions.
Congratulations on all of your success
Thank
and
you.
everything that you're doing.
I appreciate it.
And now I need to come up to New Hampshire to go to that restaurant.
Yeah, Boston, New Hampshire. We've got restaurants all over the place. Let's do a bar hop.
I would love
Yes.
it. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
coming. Up next, we're switching gears to the future of design. We'll be speaking with Jenna Dusek, founder of AI for Interior Designers, about how technology is reshaping the way designers work. Don't go away.
You're so fantastic.
Oh
You're
my
really
God.
great
You know,
at it.
This segment is brought to you by CAFÉ. This is your moment. Customize it with CAFÉ.
It's time appliances had a personality. Yours. Discover CAFÉ, the customizable appliance. Customize your CAFÉ kitchen now.
This was our home. The place where my husband Issa and I celebrated the birthdays of our 2 kids, marked milestones, and built our lives together. And then, in January 2025, it was gone. In just one night, everything we had poured our hearts into was reduced to ash, along with 18,000 other homes across Los Angeles.
It's like, gone here, gone here.
This is the story of how we're designing our way back. I'm Alexandra Azat, an interior designer, and together with my family, we're rebuilding one of the first homes in our neighborhood to rise again. Together, we'll transform this empty lot into a home full of heart and hope. This isn't just about bricks, wood, and paint.
This is the only rafter tail from our original house that made it through the fire.
It's about reclaiming what we lost, building something even more beautiful.
Oh my God.
And finding joy again in the process. We want to bring you along for the journey, not just for the rebirth of our home, but our entire neighborhood. The hard decisions, design breakthroughs, setbacks, and moments of hope. Thank you for being by our side in designing our way back.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
It's like, gone here, gone here. Very, very odd.
Hi, I'm Alex Azat.
I'm Isa Azat. Good to see everybody. We're here in Altadena.
I grew up in New York, the suburbs of New York, so it's actually very similar to where I now live, which is Pasadena, Altadena area. And I am an interior designer here in Altadena/Pasadena.
So I grew up in South Pasadena, but my mom was raised here in Altadena. So my grandparents were up here, and I spent a lot of time in Altadena. I spent some time away on the East Coast, but came back, met my wife, and we've been living in Pasadena, Altadena, for the last maybe about 7 years, and all my family's here, and we love it here.
We bought our dream house about 1.5 years ago, and everything about it was a dream for us. Like the aesthetics, where it is, the yard. We have a Great Dane, so having such a large yard for her, just pretty much everything about it we were very, very in love with.
Single-story ranch with some land.
Yeah, I remember being in the pool in December, or like early January maybe.
It was right after New Year's.
Yeah, and I looked at Isa and I said, I hope nothing changes because I'm so happy here.
You jinxed us.
I jinxed us. It's all my fault. But, you know, obviously January 7th, you know, fire happened and we lost everything.
Everyone lost everything. It was a
whole lot of people lost a lot.
I will never in my life forget the moment I knew our house was gone. We were at my brother's house about 5 or 6 blocks south, directly south from where we are sitting right now. And we had spent the morning trying to get up to our house and just navigating through what felt like a surreal movie. You know, houses were on fire, fire trucks were everywhere, cars were exploding.
We were driving down the street and there was
we couldn't get
fire
it there,
at both sides of us. And I was like, we are parents, we can't do this. So I made him pull over.
Yeah, we went to my brother's house and my brother was putting water on his roof of his house. And so I parked the car in the backyard and Alex stayed in the car, me and my brother were outside. And I basically told him, look, I can't leave my wife.
I wasn't letting him go.
Yeah, I was like, you go up. And he's like, done. So he got about halfway up and got out of his car and ran up a golf course.
joined by Jenna Gudusek, founder of AI for Interior Designers, to explore what artificial intelligence really means for the future of interior design. Jenna, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
I'm so intrigued by this topic and where AI is headed in the design space. I know you just finished a Next Stage Disruptor discussion about this. Can I ask you to share some of your thoughts that you just talked about 2 minutes ago?
Yeah. So they asked for 5 predictions as to where we're going to be, and who knows where we're going to be in 10
All right, well,
years.
let's go through these.
Yeah, it's going so fast.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. So I kind of talked about how we're using it right now for research and for discovery and for just finding more things faster online.
How do you use it for discovery? Give me an example.
So looking through Perplexity, that's my favorite for research tool. So it pulls real live data in context, and then I go down rabbit holes on the direct source versus ChatGPT, where I feel like it lies a lot and doesn't give you the context that you're looking for. So I use it as a designer to research product and find product and see what's in stock. So
okay, so give me an example of like a particular case study like that you've used it for.
So recently I did just comps for pricing and different services. So I know what I want to do in my market, but I want to see what else was out there. So I did some competitive research and said, here's what I want to do, here's what I'm thinking about charging, here's who my ideal client is. Give me some comps with who else is doing this.
How long did that take to generate?
About 8 minutes when it's deep research.
Okay, so if you weren't using that tool, how long would it have taken you?
I don't even know if I would have known where to start with that information.
That's wild. Okay, so that's one way to use it. What's another way to use AI for people in the design space?
I think generative AI is like the lowest hanging fruit. A lot of people look at the images and want to save a lot of time with the renders, right? So now, notoriously we were spending 15, 40 hours rendering a space for our client to say, I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to go with that, right? And it's just time and money. So now we can say, here's a design board. Here's what I am thinking for this space. Let me take your photo of your space and drop it in there. And then what do you think? And I can do that in 90 seconds.
Oh my gosh. So you're talking about 90 seconds versus, do you say 40 hours?
Oh yes, I've easily spent 40 hours on some renders.
Well, and beyond just like the actual time, I would imagine like price point difference is, the gulf is wide.
Yeah, yep. I'm hearing that, and I do my own renders, I've always had. I'm hearing that some luxury firms pay $4,000 for an image. And I'm like, I can't even imagine like pitching that to a client and saying one picture is $4,000.
Okay, so what's another way people are using it?
Well, I have started to build apps, and that's what the second thing was. Because
you're a designer and an app builder?
Just everybody can now. That's how accessible it is.
So an app that would help with what?
So anything. So my day-to-day. I am like, okay, this is going to take a long time, and I could go have a conversation with ChatGPT or Gemini. Google Gemini is my personal favorite over ChatGPT.
How come? I'm just curious.
Not only for the image and nano bananas baked inside for the imagery and the video portion, which is literally all right there, the accuracy. It is so accurate compared to ChatGPT with like real product, dropping them into real spaces, and it remembers. So I love Google for that reason, and I'm a Google girl anyway, so it's baked into my inbox, into my Google Drive. I can find things faster, but now building apps with purpose. So instead of having these long chat conversations back and forth and not getting the images or the results that I want, I build an app that says, here's the parameters, here's my branding, let's make it look pretty, let's do step 1, 2, 3, and then it's set every single time in the way that I want it done.
Do you think that AI is threatening in a way that it could take over taste and really like not so much the administrative tasks, but really like the designing of it? Can it replace the designers?
At this point in time, no. I think it's something that we have to be cautiously optimistic about, but also not bury our heads in the sand and just say, well, this is happening over here, it doesn't affect me, because it does, even if you're not using it. I think that right now we're seeing a lot of regurgitated It scraped the internet, it knows the farmhouse style. You're seeing the same thing over and over again. So it's not innovative in the way that designers bring new breath of life to a space. But, you know, right now we're kind of stuck in this, well, I saw it on Pinterest type thing.
Do you think it's important for everyone in the creative space to kind of get on board with AI?
In some capacity, yes, I do, because it will speed up the monotonous, and I'm not just talking about like creating images and doing those types of things. If you enjoy creating your images and if you enjoy rendering, then this is not the conversation that I'm talking about for you. I'm talking about, do you want to get things done in your inbox faster and shave, you know, an hour off your day just replying to emails? That's a great place to start.
Well, that's a very practical first step if someone is a bit cautious about it. How do you think AI will shape client expectations, if at all?
Well, I think the designer has a responsibility to set the expectations from the get-go and say, here's when and where I'm using these tools. I am embracing these tools because I want to bring the best experience to you and what we're building here together. So I'm going to record my calls. I'm going to create a brain for your project that we can chat with and have these conversations, and nothing falls through the cracks that way.
What's the most surprising or creative way you've seen AI used?
Ooh, that's a hard question. Every day there's new innovation. It's always changing.
We just had a guest on who was talking about AI technology that was like in an oven.
Oh, yeah.
And it was just so wild. Like it could tell you like how to cook it and it knew what temperature to be on to cook what you were putting into the oven. I mean, it's honestly just kind of like knows.
I need that. I cannot.
I can't either, but I think I could cook something if AI was telling me what to do. How do you see AI influencing the future of sustainable or smart design practices?
So that was actually one of the things that I did talk about over there, because it can now analyze the entire chain. You know, is it in stock? How long would it take? If I don't order it now, will it be there for install when I'm trying to get it there for install? And we can see further down the pipeline, but also the entire use case of a product. You know, if it's going to be in a house for a year, for 5 years, how can we then justify a higher cost in more luxury items by basically saying you can get this right now and you can have it fast and it'll be cheaper, but it'll end up in a landfill. What is that doing?
And you're going to have to buy something else in 2
yes,
years.
Exactly. So now we can really give the full picture and explain, here's why this is not a good thing for the environment. I choose this option, here's your choices, but this is why I came to this conclusion.
Is anything a little bit scary right now for you with AI for design? What is that?
It's all scary because I don't really trust the direction that it's going ethically with a lot of these larger companies. So I can do what I can do, and I can control what I put into the tools, and that's what I try and focus on, and that's what I teach designers. If you wouldn't want somebody else to take an image off your website, don't do the same thing to somebody else for inspiration. I've never used somebody else's image, and I'm never going to.
Do you think, I was, a couple of months ago, I was at an NKBA event in Scottsdale. It was a women-to-women event, and this topic came up. And one of the speakers asked everybody in the audience to raise their hand who was using AI in their design practices. And I would say 90% of people raised their hand. So I feel like, I don't know what that says. Maybe it says that people are dipping their toes in and at least using it for administrative tasks. But I think what's really going to be interesting is to see how creatively in the next couple of years it shapes the design world. What are you most excited for?
I'm excited to go backwards in time and have more personal, in-person experiences, because I've been doing this for 3 years. The nostalgia is coming back for me, and I want to meet with people. I want to pay for art from artists. I don't want the AI, because I'm so far into it.
Yeah.
You know, I think other people are going to get there. They're just still exploring, and it's exciting. But it's going to bring back the personal, human touch, and value of art and artists is going to rise.
I think you're right about that. We dabbled at one point on Homeworthy on some of our social media channels. We used an AI-generated image of a home. And it was like the most beautiful home you could ever dream of. And And we put it on our page, and people were like, we want to see real homes.
Yeah.
Like, we don't want to see AI homes. We want real, tangible homes that are aspirational and attainable. And I don't know, I thought that was an interesting perspective. But at the same time, you've got all of these other social media channels that are entirely AI generated. Yes. And they're just wild, and they're doing incredibly well. So I don't know, I think we're just sort of like at this inflection point where it's a little bit of a tug of war of do we want it or do we not want it? And I think it will all probably play out in the next couple of months and years ahead to see where we end up with it. But Jenna, your perspective and insights were so interesting. Thank you for stopping by today.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Up next, we're joined by designer Amber Guyton to talk about the secrets behind successful partnerships. You may remember her stunning Homeworthy home tour, and now she's giving us a behind-the-scenes look at how the right collaborations truly make a project shine. Thank you so much.
Brought to you by Monogram, luxury appliances elevated with every detail.
Luxury is exceptional experiences, exquisite materials, and revolutionary innovation that transcends into modern day. Monogram is redefining the world of luxury appliances and creating an ownership experience that is second to none. At Monogram, we elevate everything.
Today on Homeworthy, we're taking you to Toronto to meet Alexandra Gator, a home decor expert who connects with millions through her home makeover videos on YouTube. Alexandra makes design accessible for renters and homeowners alike and believes everyone deserves to live in a beautiful space that feels like home, no matter their budget. Alexandra's own home is full of character, DIY projects, and a lot of pink. Enjoy! You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hey Homeworthy, my name's Alexandra. Welcome to my home in Toronto. Come on in. Hi, I'm Alexandra Gator. I am from Toronto, Canada, and I am a home decor YouTuber. So I actually go into people's spaces, usually rentals, usually small spaces, and make them over with my team. The makeovers are completely gifted, and the goal is really to show my YouTube audience that it's possible to live in a beautiful space no matter what your decorating experience is, no matter your budget. I am also the author of a coffee table book called Own Your Space, where I walk through really simple, easy ways you can make your rental feel like home. So I live in a rental apartment within an old Victorian home. This home was actually built in the 1800s, so it's a heritage home here in Toronto. I personally love living in an older home because it's filled with character. And when we moved in, it was really a blank slate, and I changed a lot, and thankfully had landlords, or have landlords, who were just so game for me to do whatever I wanted. I know people are always curious, like, what's your design style, or what design styles are you drawn to? And to be honest, I'm always stumped on that question because I feel like I love so many different styles. And something that I have really learned is to just buy what I love instead of trying to match a specific style. But if I had to narrow it down, I would say I love eclectic design, I love boho design, and I really love color. With a neutral base. So lots of colorful accessories, and I love bright spaces, like Scandi spaces. I love the brightness, light wood tones. So I guess to sum it up, I would say I love an eclectic design style and lots of color. Welcome to my living room. This is the space my partner and I spend most of our time in, I would say, and it also was the hardest room to design. I could not get this space right. I actually made it over 3 different times, but I feel like it's finally in a space where I'm happy with it, I love it, and it's just really, really comfortable. I think one of the main features of this living room and this entire home is the iconic stained glass. It lets in rainbows in the afternoon, which is so cool. Like the sun pours in and then there's these rainbow shapes on our wall. Another thing is the molding. I love all the molding in this space, and I really kind of leaned into that when I was making over this wall. This wall was so difficult to get right because it always just felt really blank, really open. I didn't know if I should paint it a color, but I landed on this peel and stick molding actually from a brand called Luxe Architectural. They sell these panels that you can just stick on the wall. I painted them the same color as the wall. They look like they've always been here. And I feel like it really complements the original molding in the home, like again, adding that character. And it filled the wall a lot. Even though it's a simple detail, I felt like it really completed the space. I added 2 squiggle wall sconces from my favorite lighting retailer called Mitzi. And this TV, it's actually the frame TV from Samsung. It's supposed to look like a piece of art on your wall, so it's not this black box staring at me constantly. I love it. Underneath, this is a piece I've actually brought with me apartment to apartment. I will actually add that a lot of these pieces I've kind of collected over time. And that's what I love about home decor and rentals. You can invest in these pieces that you bring with you space to space. So this bench was white at one point, then it was actually black. It's actually a custom stain that my handyman Graham came up with for me. He mixed it custom for me and I love the color.
Wasn't sure. Southern. Hello, we're back. I'm thrilled to welcome Amber Guyton, founder of Blessed Little Bungalow and a familiar face on Homeworthy. She's here to talk about what really makes partnerships work and how to grow brand collaborations in a way that feels authentic. A space you know really well. I'm so happy to see you. I love the stripes.
We were matching yesterday.
We had our greens on. I feel like you've got a little Homeworthy green on.
You know, I did it for you guys.
I just want to brag about your Homeworthy tour for a moment.
All right.
It has been a massive, here you are on camera, your beautiful face. It has been a massive success.
Yes.
Almost 6 million impressions
since
it's aired.
Wow, okay.
The most wonderful comments. And I don't know, I think that people just really love your sense of style.
I still have people stop me or send a message on Instagram like, I started following you because I saw your Homeworthy episode. So years later, yeah, I'm still getting stopped in the grocery store.
Are you really getting stopped in the grocery store?
Yes. So thank y'all for the opportunity.
Well, we're so pleased to have you. Let us know if you redecorate because we'll come back and do it.
There have been a few updates. I have wallpaper on the ceiling now in the kitchen, and I have CAFÉ appliances. My friends at CAFÉ Appliances that are here, and one of y'all sponsors is in my kitchen. But yeah, a couple of tweaks. Yeah.
But I feel like as a designer, are you always kind of tinkering?
Yeah, you experiment in your own house. Sometimes you're thinking about different color palettes and things that you want to change. I also feel like you all recently did a Homeworthy episode. My friend Alvin Wayne.
Oh, I love Alvin. This is our second now with him.
Yes, and so one thing he said on the latest episode was like, yeah, this is the fourth time I've changed my space, and for some people that might feel too aggressive, or they might assume it's wasteful because they think, oh, well, you're just ripping out wallpaper, and but for me, it's like, what mood am I in? What am I trying to feel this time? Same way that people swap out drapes with different seasons and pillows and so on. Like, it's okay. And as designers, we can't wait to change things up. Yeah.
It's so funny. And I'm like, if I have to change, I was like, I after we decorated our apartment, I was like, I don't want to touch this again for a really long time. This took up way too much of my headspace.
Understood.
But one thing that I really loved that Alvin said in his recent tour was that, he's been through a lot recently in life personally, and sort of with every big moment in his life, his home changed as well to reflect where he was personally.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I thought that was kind of a really beautiful sentiment.
Well, your home's your sanctuary, right? Like, you want to feel at peace, you want to feel energized, inspired. Like, my office, there's a lot going on. I'm a maximalist.
Yes, I know that.
What I call soulful maximalism. And so, like, the art, maybe there's something, a more inspiring statement art piece that I want to put in my living room over the sofa and just change things up a bit. And you're always, especially as designers, constantly sourcing and seeing new things that you want to play with in your own
You're
home.
like, one for me, one for the client.
Absolutely, yes. I'll take that ottoman too. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's talk for a minute about moving into your home, because I think there's a really great story here. Your mom said something funny to you after you moved in. You had only been there for you hadn't been there long.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to mess up the story, so you tell us the story.
Sure. So when I started Blessed Little Bungalow back in 2016, in 2015, I had recently moved to San Antonio, Texas. So I was in Atlanta, then San Antonio, then San Francisco, then back to Atlanta. But when I got to San Antonio, I was staying in an apartment for I just sold my townhouse in Atlanta, and I was in an apartment, and I was like, I can't do this. I need a house. So I bought a house that was a renovated 1948 bungalow, and the house was pretty much brand new, but I wanted to put my own flavor on it. So I moved in the day I closed. Crazy. And then I decorated and styled the whole house in a week.
This is like a 3-bed, 2-bath home.
Yes.
And your mom came over, and she thought that you were going to be surrounded by boxes still.
My mom and sister and my nephew, who was an infant at the time, came to visit, and they were expecting to help me unpack and all, and they walk in, and they're just like, what in the world? There's pictures on every wall, the pillows and rugs, everything's in place. And so my mom was just like, so when are you going to do this for real? And that kind of was like an aha moment. Of course, I had a career in marketing, and that was something that I wasn't about to abandon, but it inspired me to say, okay, let's make this a creative outlet. Let's start a blog, and that's how Blessed Little Bungalow was born.
And you are now full-time. You have left fintech, you have left marketing. This is your full-time career now, which is so exciting.
Crazy.
And have you built a lot of this business through partnerships?
A lot of partnerships. I think the one thing that, like, I guess some people plan to be a content creator or plan to say, like, I want to be the talent and have the TV show and so on. But for me, I wanted to showcase the things I felt were meaningful about home. I feel like design is for all. Doesn't matter how much you make, where you live, how big your house. Like, you want it to feel good just as much as it looks good. So I expressed that in my social media, and over time, Blessed Little Bungalow went from like 12 followers of just family and friends to 156,000 or something, wherever it is now, and YouTube, and it grew so much beyond the blog. And so that authenticity in being myself and showing my unique perspective through interior design, over time clients came, and over time partners came as well.
How did you find your own voice in the design world?
I love color, I love pattern, so much of who I am and how I approach design is based on my upbringing. I lived next door to my grandparents for most of my life in rural South Carolina. And so no matter what our means were, home just always felt safe and full of love. And wallpaper was in the mudroom and the breakfast nook in my grandma's house. And the house was completely surrounded by blue and white hydrangeas, and that's like my favorite flower. And so I am inspired a lot by Southern culture, my African American culture, and I just love color. I've always been that girl that just wanted my room to feel like a Crayola box, and so
I love that.
So that's how I design. Yeah.
And as we talk about partnerships, how do you approach it from not only a creative standpoint, which you are, but also it's a business venture. So you've really got to be working both sides of the brain. I mean, what do you consider before engaging with a brand?
Well, it has to be a good fit. I have to feel, would I put this in my own house? Like, I'm not going to force this.
So you're not just a yes to any brand that approaches you. It's really, it's got to be the right decision.
Yeah, I feel like, so for example, CAFÉ Appliances is one of my partners here at KBIS, and their perspective isn't just appliances, it's stylish, and is this going to feel like an experience in your kitchen? Are you going to want to spend time in here? And so there's a lot of alignment there with the way we see design. Yes, the technology, sustainability, all that's important, but is it a good fit for the two of us? And then also, like, what is their goal? My marketing background helps me with that storytelling.
Right now with your campaign.
That's a cafe, yes. And so, and then I'm a gold girl, so that's the other thing. I love the medals and being able to interchange. Yes. And so, to me, it's important to know, like, okay, what are your needs as well? Like, is it an awareness campaign? Is it strictly transactional? And how can I help tell a story with my own home, my own designs, or my client spaces that's going to reflect what you're trying to accomplish? And so that's kind of my approach with all my partners.
And how did that partnership come about? Did it come about by being at KBIS last year and going to their booth?
No, well, somewhat. Like, I've always admired CAFÉ. My house at the time was full of Samsung, not to cause beef between the
starting a fight. Okay.
But I have a Samsung frame TV and the Samsung washer dryer and all the new appliances in my kitchen. And so naturally I'm like, oh, Samsung has a bespoke campaign. Maybe I should reach out to them. But for me, my approach has always been, okay, who are the top 5 brands that I want to work with, and then who are their competitors too, right? So you keep your eye open, but I've always admired CAFÉ's like stylishness. Right. And so I did, my agency was, I believe, in touch with them before, but then yes, we met in person at KBIS last year, and it just kind of it bloomed from there.
So how do you create a collaboration that's authentic, but also profitable and aligned with your creative vision? I mean, I feel like that's a lot of asks in one partnership, but I feel like the stars need to align to make it work for everybody.
For sure. I think in interior design, in the beginning, especially as a content creator, everyone wants to just like gift you things. Like,
yes,
so
what are your thoughts on that?
I'll take your sofa, but I can't pay my mortgage with your sofa, right? So it's like, okay, this may be a great fit for my client space. There's some designers, like, they may receive gifted or in-kind or trade product and then bill their clients accordingly, so they still are paid in that way. Some people take that approach. Some folks may say, okay, I'm going to refresh my back deck for spring anyway. So Castlery has an amazing outdoor collection. I'm going to reach out to them, and it's a win-win.
It's sort of a trade of goods for content, for product.
Right. So sometimes that makes sense, and then other times there are brand partnerships where they see your value, they see not just your following, but the engagement and what you've been able to produce for other brands. And there are paid campaigns, there's mix of paid and trade. So it just really depends on the fit. And then for me, if I really want to work with that dream brand, then I'm going to be more flexible, or I'm going to be more excited to work with them, especially if it's a good relationship. Because you want those brand partnerships to be long-term. You don't want them to just be one and done.
Right. And okay, so how do you secure that? How do you secure a long-term partnership?
It's relationships. I'm an introvert, so coming to stuff like this and like networking all day is like, oh my God, I just want to go. My flight's tomorrow at noon.
You need a nap. You're like, that is the end goal. Tomorrow at noon. I just have to make it to tomorrow at noon.
Yes, but it's like also when you come to places like this, like I'm coming from a place of curiosity. I want to learn about new brands, and so for example, Hoodsley, that's a couple of booths away. Like I was able to interact with them last year. Alison, who's one of their design partners, I was able to meet her at the booth and so on. And then I used Hoodsley for a client project earlier this year. So a lot of it's self-discovery. Some of it is kind of like you're going to a job fair. Here are the 10 people I want to talk to, and then I'll go and exchange cards and meet. But yeah, it has to still be a good fit, because even if it's that dream brand, the timing might not be right, or maybe they don't have budget, or maybe there's just no chemistry. It's just like dating.
Right. It's also like that with work and partnerships.
Mm-hmm.
But you make a big point, and an important point for designers who are looking for the partnership space. This is the perfect place to come, because everybody's under one roof, and you're getting to meet the people who are making those decisions for the brands, the marketing teams.
And KBIS can feel very B2B in some ways and transactional, so there may not be a ton of content creators like walking around. Just like High Point Market, it can feel a little daunting or overwhelming, but you come in and you take it 1 hour at a time. You make sure you stay hydrated, wear your sneakers.
I know you've got your green sneakers on. You're a smart woman. I'm wearing green heels.
Well, you're safe.
I'm not moving. I'm just sitting here. This is my perch for the week. Now, how do you juggle multiple collaborations at one time?
Just like with client projects. I mean, it's time management, boundaries. For me, I want the partnership to, like, I want to be respected as the creator, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to just be dictated to, or here's the script, read this. Like, that isn't an ideal partnership for me. No offense to those that do that, but I want to be a part of the creative process. And of course, with my marketing background, like, I'm already thinking about storyboarding and what is the copy that's going to be written for this. And so my wheels are already turning about that. So if it's planned well, sure, you can do 10 partnerships in a month. Ideally, I wouldn't want that many. And then you also have to think about conflicts of interest and competitive.
If you're in the same category, you know, you can't be promoting two different dishwashers at one time.
So for example,
well, because then also, sorry to interrupt you, I just had this train of thought. I mean, if you're promoting two of the exact kind of same thing, your audience might wonder, well, wait a second,
you're not as trustworthy.
Right, and that is how important is that?
It's important. So for example, I designed the wet bar at Pfister Faucet's booth here and then last year I did a bath vignette for them. But I also am building a relationship with Delta Faucet. But I'm respectful to each of them. I went to a Delta event this morning. They had a osmosis coffee tasting. It was super fun, right? But I'm going to be very conscious about what I'm posting while here, and like, okay, was this a trade versus in-kind versus paid partnership? What are the stipulations in my contract? Sometimes it's like, 30 days, you can't post another competitor. Like, you just have to be aware of all of that. And even if there are no contractual stipulations, you just want to be respectful and be trustworthy to that brand. You don't want to be like, okay, I'm here with Samsung today and CAFÉ tomorrow and LG next week. Like, it's not.
And let me just confuse everyone.
Yeah. You want to definitely be respectful. And it's the same with my brand. Like I want to be aware of the other creators that you're working with. I want to see what they're able to produce, and we all have different perspectives and talents and points of view, strengths or weaknesses, but it's important to know who else you're working with also.
All right, last question before we go.
Okay.
What's one piece of advice you wish you'd had when you were first starting out working with brands? Because this will help other creators, designers in the space who are just getting started with partnerships.
Sure. I would say that what's for you won't miss you. I think it's very important to pitch yourself, have the confidence to walk up to someone's booth, shake their hand, introduce yourself and so on. But any partnership, even same with clients, anything that I forced or I had a red flag about that I ignored, it usually goes south.
Don't ignore that red flag.
So allow things to happen organically, allow yourself to be chased a little bit, and just know your value and your worth, because my unique perspective and my platform for Blessed Little Bungalow, I know what I offer, I know how to communicate to my following, so trust that. Don't allow a brand to dictate that to you.
That is the perfect parting advice to end our episode.
Yay.
Thank you so much, Amber, for being with us. And keep tinkering with your house, because we want to come back.
Absolutely. Just say when.
All right, we'll be there. Up next, interior designer Rajni Alex joins us to talk about kitchens, design trends, and the innovations catching her eye at KBIS. Don't go away. Love the stripes. You're so great.
This segment is sponsored by GE Appliances. Explore good things for life, built for America.
Built for America is a lot bigger than just making a product in a building.
The best in class, best quality ranges.
Some of the highest quality top freezer refrigerators in the country.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of dishwashers every day.
In comparison to our competitors, nobody else has the distribution delivery capabilities that we do.
We run over 72 miles of steel a day.
We are designing them, we're sourcing them, we're building them, we're distributing them right here.
That's what Built for America means to me.
Hi, Homeworthy. I'm Amber, and welcome to my beautiful home in Atlanta, Georgia. Come on in.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
My name is Amber Guyton, and we are in my home in Atlanta, Georgia. I have lived in Atlanta before in 2010 to 2015, and then I moved to Texas and then to California. And during the pandemic, I was working full-time in tech at the time, and everyone basically said you could live anywhere. So I decided to move back to Atlanta. Cheaper cost of living, cheaper housing, obviously. And this house was built in 2020. I closed in February of 2021. It's a brand new construction home, but it's a bungalow. It was built to look like a lot of the smaller bungalows in this historic neighborhood of Adair Park. So I was thrilled to have a little bit of the best of both worlds, to have a bungalow that's brand new and easy to just move in, turnkey. All I had to do was decorate versus moving into something that looks too cookie cutter. It still has the character that the neighborhood has in all of the homes. So I have been in this home about 2.5 years, and I've personalized it with color, texture, pattern, and just my colorful aesthetic that I have as an interior designer. So this is my living room. My house, when you walk in, there is no grand foyer or entryway, but I do have some hooks on the door to hang your jacket, your bag, etc. And then you walk in and you're immediately greeted by the living room. So I have enough seating for just myself and my dog, but ample seating if I have some friends or family over. This is the only TV in my home. I'm not a big TV person. I'll watch TV. A lot of times it's just on for noise, but I love the Samsung frame because you could turn it into art when it's not on, just play some music. It's beautiful. It's flush to the wall, and it takes your attention off of the electronics, and you kind of just are enveloped by everything in the space. So the first thing I did when I moved in the house, as I mentioned, is painting. So because the ceilings, the lofted ceilings in here are kind of high, I just went about 5 feet up all the way around, just so the space wouldn't feel too dark, but also still have enough color. You can see that I added plantation shutters and drapery to the windows, so I still get a lot of good light, but it's a great way to kind of adjust how much light, natural light gets in the space. And then the curtains, I just love putting curtains up, even if they're not functional. They just kind of frame the window and add a little character to the window frame. So my coffee table, I love. It's called the art display coffee table because the surface is glass, so you could fill the bottom with coffee table books or anything that you wish to be seen. I've got a ton of coffee table books filled with interiors and Black artists and all the things. I always have some magazines on top for casual reading, and then this tray is filled with things like sage and fresh flowers, candles, just things to kind of set the mood in my living space. And I like that it's wide enough that if I do have some friends over and we're playing cards, or we have like a charcuterie board and wine, like it's more than enough space for us to fill the surface with.
Welcome back, everyone. Joining us now is acclaimed interior designer and KBIS ambassador, Rajni Alex. She's bringing her expert eye to the spotlight, showing us how today's kitchens can be as hardworking as they are stunning, from clever storage solutions and smart layouts to statement finishes and must-see innovations. She's here to break it all down. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. We've met before at a Kids Space show house, so it's nice to be reconnected.
Yes.
And you've been busy here at
Yes, I've been very busy.
KBIS.
Thanks to Kids Space Show House. It's a great platform for designers, who kind of want that credibility. It's a great stamp of approval.
Sure. Well, we're going to be talking about all things kitchen and baths in our conversation. And I want to kick it off with a question about how do you make a kitchen really feel sort of like a hybrid between a kitchen and the living room? We spend so much time in these places that they're not just functional anymore, they're really living spaces.
I think we spend a lot of our time in the kitchen. As with every passing day and technology, kitchen is becoming the heart of the house, and incorporating all the technologies that you have, whether it be a Samsung refrigerator that gives you everything on the screen, or a KitchenAid, oven that has the see-through camera, it just makes being in there and entertaining so easy.
Can we look at some of these beautiful pictures, because they're really catching my eye? This is one of your client projects. Can you talk about what's going on here?
So this is a kitchen that we did in New York, and I'm so proud of it because we were brought in to kind of update the kitchen. However, as you said earlier, we live in our kitchen nowadays. Right. So we wanted to move the kitchen from the small dingy kitchen to the family room, and we shifted. the dynamic, because you want the beautiful view.
Sure.
Why be stuck in a room that has no view? So we took this room with amazing view of the garden and made that into a kitchen, with the outdoors
idea.
being the focal point.
That's very smart. And here, look at all this hidden swell. We'll come back to it, but this is a different kitchen?
No, this is the same kitchen actually, and we had so much fun doing it because we really, most often you see countertops as backsplash, right? Here we had the beautiful nature as our backsplash. So we use that.
And this is sort of a moody space.
So this is actually a very moody powder room that we created in our office in Florida.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
I love this one too with those countertops.
This is my pride and joy. This is a kitchen that we did for Kip Space Show House in Palm Beach last year, together with Fabio Wood, who did the cabinets, Cosentino, who provided us with a fabulous countertop, Jenner, they gave us the best of the best appliances. I couldn't be more proud of this kitchen.
And when you start with a kitchen, do you think about countertops first? Do you think about it holistically?
I try to think about it holistically, and I also want to move away from, just the white and the grays. Mm-hmm. So going back to this particular kitchen, we did the burgundy, the
Kips Bay one?
Yeah, the Kips Bay kitchen.
Let's pull that up, Lily. We'll pull that up so you can talk about it.
Yeah, so we did this burgundy color. So going back to what we think about, what inspires me is the backsplash that we had with the viola, and we got the color from that viola for a cabinetry, and then we combined that with Jenner's beautiful appliance that when you open it has this burlesque burgundy color interior, which was so much fun.
Oh my gosh. Well, here it is. I mean, this is like a work of art.
Thank you.
What's your favorite part of it?
So there's so many favorite parts. It's like asking your mother, what's your favorite child? I think I have to say, getting to play with color, and being able to do that strong red color was so much fun because it's jewel tones. Kitchen can be the jewelry of the house.
Well, and the point that I was making before about sort of like bringing the living element into a kitchen, you've got art in the kitchen, and you've got sort of like beautiful books stacked there. It's I don't know, it's more than just a kitchen.
This brings me back to what you said earlier. We live in our kitchen more and more. So why not display art? Because that's where you spend so much of your time.
Right.
You're entertaining there. So you want to see your beautiful art pieces where you are spending most of your time. So we brought the art into the kitchen.
How do you balance for clients aesthetics with functionality?
So with clients, we try to establish how much do they entertain, what is important to them. Do they really want to be more focused on a gourmet kitchen where they want to cook and they have a separate entertaining space? Depending on the style of the house and their lifestyle, we try to figure out how they're going to live, what is their vision, and then come up with a game plan. Client first, design later.
How many of your clients say, I'd really like a beautiful kitchen, but I don't cook?
Including me. I love a beautiful kitchen and I don't cook. I've got many kitchens that I've designed that have been on the cover of a magazine, but I don't like to cook.
That's probably why they're so beautiful.
But you know what, with today's technology, which is what I'm seeing today, there are more and more aids that help even not the best cook well.
Yeah, like called takeout.
Oh my God. No. But there is a way that stops you from burning your food now.
What? How?
A lot of the kitchens.
It's like a siren that goes off?
It should, right? But a lot of the ovens that I saw, one of them I saw at KitchenAid, and then I also saw at Monogram, where they have cameras in the oven.
I heard about this. And
yeah,
it gives you some kind of a warning, like your chicken is burning?
You can see on your phone, okay, something is burning, I gotta go. Or something looks perfectly done, I gotta go take care of it.
That would save me a lot of headache and a lot of time from opening windows and turning off my smoke alarm and having to set a timer on my phone.
Absolutely, and the world doesn't have to know how bad a cook you are and get away with it.
They might know. They might know that. How do you approach choosing the right countertop? Because I find that incredibly challenging because there are so many options, finishes, colors. I don't know. Where do you start?
So again, I think the way I like to approach it is in a very function first, beauty second, but I don't like compromising either. So there are many products out there that do both the job very well. You get the beauty aspect and the functionality. So for the Kipsby, again, I'm going to go back. We use Cosentino's, Decton product. You also have marbles, that's quartzite, that's really good. But then, actually walking around, there's this new product that I found out called Evermore. They do such a good job of sealing, and they give you lifetime warranty. You don't have to worry about. So again, you don't have to compromise functionality for beauty.
Now, when they seal a countertop, does that mean if you spill like red wine on it, it's not going to seep in and you have this big red wine stain there?
Nothing. They have some great demonstrations, which I hope people who are watching go out there and take a look at it. It's not sponsored. I just saw it and I loved it, and I want to share it with all the designers who are looking for countertops.
How do you define your personal sense of design?
My personal sense of style would be something that's a little bit of glamour, a little bit of edginess, but timeless at the same time.
Okay, so how do you execute that?
How do I execute it?
Yes.
Well, I try to be very mindful of how much of each element I'm bringing in. I'm not going to bring too much brass. I'm not going to just go overboard with, marble everywhere. So if you choose some restraint and you approach it with clients' priority and beauty and functionality, I think you can create a timeless look.
So it's sort of the same idea as before you leave the house, take off one piece of jewelry because maybe you've put on one too many pieces, the same way you can approach your house.
Yes, edit, edit, edit.
Edit. I like that idea. Before we leave, how do you see kitchen design evolving over the next few years, especially in terms of function and style?
I think kitchen design is such an integral part of our lifestyle because that's where we spend most of our time when we are home. That's where we entertain. So as we see our everyday life evolving, people spending more and more time at home, they don't go out as much to eat, they rather invite people, and especially during COVID time, we saw that a lot.
Yeah.
So since COVID, we've had a lot of people entertaining in the house instead of going out to restaurants and things like that. So I really feel kitchen is such a big part of our lifestyle.
Right, because as people are coming back into the home now and entertaining.
So I think that becomes their pride and joy. So people spend a lot of, that's the investment. That's where they invest. And then there's also that other saying, when you invest in a kitchen, you see the return.
Are you talking about you see the return in a sense of like while you're living there, you really utilize the space?
Both ways.
Also, when
I think
you go to sell the house.
It's a multi-pronged approach. One, you use it, you bring your friends, you show it off, but also has returns in terms of if you ever want to sell it, that's where you get the biggest bang
So
for
it
your
sounds
buck.
like a win-win. Get the beautiful kitchen.
Yes.
You'll get a return on it when you sell it, and in the interim, you'll have a great time with family and friends.
Exactly. You use it.
Thank you.
It's a gift that keeps giving.
Yeah, it's a great way of putting it. Rajni, thank you so much for stopping by. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Next, we're heading to the GE Profile booth here at KBIS to see the amazing lineup of products, all designed to make life uncomplicated. Check it out.
Hi, I'm Bridget McCauley, Brand Director for GE Profile, and welcome to Life Uncomplicated. This year at KBIS, we're introducing real-life solutions with a little technology to help you manage the everyday. Everybody has to answer the same question every night. What's for dinner? And it's not just cooking, right? You gotta plan the meals, you gotta do the shopping, and then you get to cook. It's a lot. It causes a lot of chaos. So we created this chaos tunnel for you to walk through. Let's walk through it, and then we'll walk through all the amazing solutions through Profile Innovation.
And decide what to eat for dinner.
So, our first solution is our new GE Profile Kitchen Assistant Refrigerator. We're introducing it here at KBIS 2026. And this is like nothing else on the market. This is going to help to remove the guesswork and the chore of grocery shopping, okay? So, we have a patented, built-in, exclusive barcode scanner right in this refrigerator. So what does that mean? That means that my 12-year-old can finish using the orange juice and scan it. He doesn't have to come find me write it down on a sticky note, stick it somewhere in the house. He just scans it in, and it gets added and uploaded to our digital shopping list. The whole house can manage the grocery list now. It also has a ton of recipes on it. We have a deep library of recipes from partners like Taste of Home, Homemade, King Arthur Baking, and so you can select a recipe, and it's not like, you know, looking up a recipe online where you're scrolling through somebody's life story to find the ingredients. The ingredients immediately populate right here, and you can hit those and immediately add all those ingredients right to that same digital shopping list. So you can plan and do all of your shopping right here. And even in the app, there's a button to add all of those shopping lists directly to Instacart. So you don't even have to go to the grocery store at all. Now, have you ever been at the grocery store and gone, do I still have blueberries left? Do I still have carrots left? Well, the most expensive thing in your refrigerator is here in these crisper drawers. It's your fresh produce and your fresh fruits. They cost the most and they spoil the quickest, okay? So you don't want to buy extra. When you're wasting food, it causes feelings of guilt and it's a financial burden. Produce is expensive these days. So we put the fridge focus camera right here in the top of this refrigerator. It's pointed directly down at the crisper drawer, so it keeps a live inventory of everything that you have on hand. So if you're already at the grocery, so you did go to the grocery this time, and you're already there, and you're like, do I have this? Do I have that? You can just pull up a picture and see, oh, somebody used the last of the cucumber. I need to get some more. You have a running inventory right there with you. And this refrigerator is built off our most popular refrigerator, which features autofill. If you don't know what autofill is, go check it out. It's awesome. You can literally put any receptacle under here and it will fill it to the exact precise amount using sonar technology. But we've taken it a step further with this kitchen assistant refrigerator with precise fill. So you can actually measure by ounces, cups. You can do fractions. So if you're, mixing up that brownie mix and you have everything in the bowl of your stand mixer and you need 1 cup and a quarter of water, you can just hold the bowl right under there and it'll pour the exact amount in. No finding a measuring cup, no additional dishes. You can just pour the exact amount of water that you need no matter what you're measuring for, okay? So let's step over to the cooking assistant wall oven so you can see how these two things create a smart, intelligent ecosystem in the kitchen. This is our kitchen assistant wall oven. So let's set the stage a little bit, okay? I just got home from work. My son has soccer practice. My husband also works, and I have a very small window of time to get dinner on the table, okay? So this wall oven has the same library of recipes that we saw on the kitchen assistant refrigerator, and those two are going to talk to each other. So let's say earlier I selected a salmon recipe, added all the ingredients, and had everything delivered to the house while I was at work. So now it's time to go to make dinner. You can pull up the exact same recipe right here on the wall oven. Like I said, no going through those recipes online anymore, scrolling along. You just jump right to the cooking and get right to the action, okay? This wall oven has a built-in camera right here in the top oven door. That cook cam, as we call it, has AI technology, and it will be able to scan the food that you just put in with salmon in there, so it's going to see salmon, and then it will recommend the exact precision mode for you to use to cook that perfectly. So you will just hit go, and it'll start doing all the work for you. You can also use this wall oven for quick tip videos. Let's step over to this one. It has quick tip videos to help you, let's say that you need to know exactly how to knead some dough for some bread. You can watch a quick video here. It also has a microphone and speakers right here in the front of the wall oven. Those are going to be super handy for a couple of reasons. One, you can talk to this wall oven. So if you're at the counter and your hands are all messy while you're cooking, you can set a timer on the wall oven. You can even set multiple timers. So you could set a timer for your salmon, you could set a timer for your side dish, you could even set a timer for whatever time you need to leave to go pick that kid up from soccer practice. All done by your voice. But because it has speakers in it, you can also listen to your favorite podcasts while you're making your dinner. The screen will feature 3 days worth of weather so you know how to dress as you're running out the door. It can sync with your family Google Calendar so that everybody knows what the next activity is. You can even personalize it with your own family photos so it becomes part of the home and not just a piece of equipment. So this is just one example of how GE Profile is focused on purposeful innovation to help our owners' lives easier. We also have a full collection of laundry. Let's step up here. One of the best examples of solving the chore of laundry, because laundry is a chore for all, is our 2-in-1 ultra-fast combo. So this is a full-size combo. It uses a heat pump, so it only needs a 120 to plug into, and it's full size. It's a full-size combo, so this is the same as having like a full-size washing machine. But the great thing about this, you're gonna put the wash in and it's gonna dry it too. In 90 minutes, you can wash a full-size load, roughly about 11 pounds worth of clothing, and it'll do it all for you. So you don't have to do that extra step of transferring the load from the washer to the dryer. Now you might be asking, what is this thing next to it? This is our steam closet. So, once again, this just plugs directly into a 120 volt. You don't have to have a water hookup. The water tank is right here, and the drain tank is right here. So it's super easy to use. You can put it anywhere in your home. A lot of people put these in their closets. So this can replace that chore of having to run back and forth to the dry cleaner. You can just pop your most delicate items in here and have them cleaned through steam sanitization. We are calling this the new laundry pair. A laundry pair has always been a washer and a dryer, but what if now it's a combo washer and dryer and a steam closet, removing the load transfer and removing those errands running to the dry cleaner. Let's step over into our new kitchen and check out some of our latest innovation that we have. So one of the fan favorites of GE Profile is our Opal Nugget Ice Maker, because everybody loves that chewy good ice. We've been selling our Opal Nugget Ice Maker for a number of years now, but this year we're really excited to come out with a smaller Opal Mini. One of the number one things that we hear from people is, I want an Opal, but it's too big for my dorm room, for my apartment. Well, now we're shrinking it down in a smaller size, still the same great nugget ice, still fast production, and we're testing out some of these fun color concepts here at KBIS and getting people's opinions on which one they like best and would like to see in the future. Which one's your favorite? We're also introducing this year our new panel-ready dishwashers. I love this kitchen because it has 2 dishwashers. Oh, what a dream, right? No more dishes in the sink. You have 2 dishwashers. They're panel-ready, so they blend in beautifully to this kitchen. Flush install, so they blend in seamlessly with the cabinetry, and they still feature all of the same great features that GE Profile's dishwashers have. All the blue accents are treated with microban technology, so that's going to be those high touch points, so you don't spread bacteria. There's also built into the bottom so that it prevents that odor-causing bacteria that causes smell and odors in your dishwasher. All the great features, but now with the design that you want. Our last new product is our new side-by-side refrigerator. This will be coming to the market in October of this year. So, still has a great LED backlit wall that we've become synonymous for with Profile. Makes it so easy to find everything in the refrigerator. But this side-by-side has some extra little bells and whistles. One, the autofill that I told you about earlier on the other refrigerator, this has an autofill pitcher. So this pitcher will stay full all the time with clean filtered water so that you can just take it out and fill up everyone's glass at the table, or you can just get a single serve for yourself right here. Super easy, always on hand. This this freezer has 2 ice makers. If you can tell, we're a little ice obsessed at Profile. So this one will make your standard ice cubes like this, okay? But the bottom ice maker is called custom size, because not everybody wants the same ice and not every occasion calls for the same ice. Maybe you need one of these big guys for a cocktail party, or maybe you want one of these little guys for your iced coffee in the morning. With custom size ice maker in the GE Profile side-by-side refrigerator, you can have whatever you want. Thanks for coming on our tour today at KBIS 2026. Please make sure that you go to geprofile.com to check out our latest innovation.
Joining us now is interior designer Susanna Lawler. Today she's sharing how travel inspires her design process and sparks creativity in every project. Welcome.
Thank you.
We're so happy to have you here, and we get to talk about one of my favorite topics, which is traveling.
Same.
Is
Love
it?
it.
Is it your hobby? And also you get to do it for work?
Yes, it's wonderful.
I'm on my third child, so have been a little, thank you, but have not been able to go anywhere like, you know, too exciting recently, a little bit United States bound. But you just returned from an incredible trip to Ireland.
Yes, I went to Ireland for 10 days. It was wonderful. Got to take my family, so
wonderful.
It was really sweet. We're Irish heritage, so it was personal. It was special.
And we've got some images on the screen. I want to talk about them because this was a little bit of a family trip, but also
always inspiration.
Always
trip.
Looking for design ideas.
Yes, yeah. So this is a castle we stayed in. It's close to North Ireland, and we actually got to spend a night and explore all over the property.
What's it called? Do you remember?
Yes, it's called Loch Esk.
It's beautiful.
Yes, really wonderful. This image is actually in the Killarney National State Park. You could tour. There's a old historical village they've put together, so you can see the progression of what the rural life was like. Exactly that.
I love this. Look at all those beautiful mugs.
It was so eclectic, so real, and authentic, which was, I love that everything was on display.
I like that everything's a bit mismatched too.
Right, exactly. And then looking at the old cooking method and understanding
I can't quite see how the perspective of that, but that looks like a massive fireplace.
Right, exactly. And the thatch roofs and the low-slung roof lines, it was just really textural. And getting to see the real was wonderful. Yeah.
Had you been there before?
No.
I a long time ago, when I was in college, I studied abroad for a year in Paris.
Oh, wonderful.
I studied journalism and French, so I was working on my French. And I remember going to Dublin thinking, these are the most friendly, welcoming people, and I didn't want to leave.
Yes,
I
very
just
genuine.
loved it.
Yes, and they're so full of life, and everything is easy. They're not in a hurry, and they all have a story to tell and music to play, and it was really special.
So what did you walk away from that trip with as a designer?
As a designer, there's something about being in a space that is so magical, and you look around and you're trying to put your finger on what is the design element that I could repeat. And the end of that is it's the people, and it's the culture, and it's the slow that comes with it, mixed with intense history that everybody's very proud of. So it was really people.
So in terms of the way you like to decorate, maybe for yourself, but also for clients, do you find that you're inspired by and directed by these trips that you take?
I find that most of my clients are taking the same trips, right? So for example, I have clients that were married in Scotland, and we did an entire wing of their home based on that trip for them, that memorial moment. So it's important for me to have reference, to know exactly, the vibe that they're trying to bring into their own homes. So that's a big part of it. But also I find that I'm constantly building a mental library, right? So this is something we actually did at Lake Kiwi area. And that's all pulling from old world moments. But these clients were very fond of Italy and had spent a lot of time there. So
you did this custom circular staircase?
Absolutely, yes.
And what about this? This is a beautiful bathroom.
So this is a client that's very into fitness, health and wellness. He's a physician. And so this was pulling in a spa moment that, they love to travel the world and see spas. This is a client that traveled to Bordeaux, and they went to the 5 first growths. So all the fronts of those drawers are the fronts of crates from their trip. Yeah, so if you open the drawer, it's all their wine glasses. Yeah.
What's this? This is lovely.
All right, this is from my study abroad growing up. I went to England, and the Brighton Pavilion has a similarly shaped facade in the dining room. which was highly ornate, but it always stuck in my mind. And when I got the opportunity to do a volume space that could handle it, I repeated it here.
That was a huge room.
Yeah.
Very high ceilings.
Very high ceilings, yeah.
But you sort of filled wall space with 2 huge pieces of art.
Yeah.
How do you use art in large spaces like that? I mean, do you use tapestries? Do you use and do you find things on these travels? We just actually profiled a wonderful woman. She runs Maison Dior and Baby Dior, and she's got this fabulous place outside of Paris. It's her country home.
Right.
And because some of these spaces were so tall, she had huge tapestries that covered wall space, because otherwise, I mean, I don't know how you cover so much wall space.
Well, that also helps with acoustics as well. So a lot of times,
that's another issue that you might be dealing with.
Right, exactly. But usually if it's a large piece, we end up commissioning because galleries don't usually house pieces that big. I mean, that was 28-foot ceiling. So the pieces
So
were large.
you're just back from Ireland, but you were also in Paris recently.
Yes.
How did that trip kind of shape your design perspective?
It was really the flea market. I hadn't done the flea markets before, so we did Deco Off and we did Maison Objet, which is always inspiring. And I feel like that's almost like a reunion because so many of our design professionals are there. Yeah, but the flea markets were stunning.
How did you navigate as a first time? Were you at the Marché aux Puces?
Actually, I'm a member of Design Leadership Network, and they did a private tour.
Of the Marché?
Yes, it was unbelievable. They
packed me in your suitcase. Next time you go, I'll come with you.
So wonderful. Yeah.
So what were you inspired by when you were there?
How contemporary. I mean, it's vintage, but contemporary. Like they were doing contemporary long time ago. Very clean, very modern lines. Yes, right? So it was stunning.
Now, when you go to something like that, are you bringing a lot of things back?
No, not really. I have a piece of art that I stuck under my arm. I literally took it on a ski trip after that to Switzerland.
Oh, really?
and, took it all the way back home.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it's important that I see it, but getting it back, and the big issue too was everyone was asleep, the time difference. So as I was sending clients images and videos, there was such a lag time.
Okay, but you got something for yourself.
I did, actually.
Oh.
So there's a lady at that market. She's known as the Coco Chanel lady. And
That's
she
beautiful.
was a model for Coco Chanel. And she has the world's largest collection. So I got to hang out with her.
Well, you always need a trinket for yourself as a memento and as a reminder of the trip.
It was special. She was something.
How do you bring elements like tile and stone or textiles from your travels into a client's home?
Well, that part actually isn't as hard as you think. There's so many people from Italy, from Spain, from Paris, bringing beautiful tiles and things here. And I find that if you just seek it out, you can find it here, which is really wonderful because it's so hard to know how much square footage and all the things you need. And so if you partner with the people who are making the enormous effort to bring those type products to us, you can get really far with it. And they're so great about customization as well.
When you were in Spain, what was the sort of the agenda there?
So Spain was a DLN trip, a summit trip. So that was spectacular. We toured, many, many beautiful things, but the conversation that we had was quite riveting. It was a juxtaposition of how AI, modern techniques in scanning and reproducing and the Beaux-Arts, and how that is being kind of counterbalanced with a push for artisanship and craftsmanship and authenticity. Oh, wow. Yeah, so the bounce between those two realities that are happening right now, a mix of conversations about the masters who are doing amazing, old school techniques, and the young apprentices that are now coming through, and keeping the old and being able to reproduce those amazing things that we figured out so long ago, but at the same time bringing in technology and the new.
Sure, and maybe even bringing things at a price point that is sort of attainable for everybody.
Yes, exactly.
How do you bring in antiques and old pieces, say into a small space, without it feeling museum-like?
I think that's about scale, and it's actually kind of in your favor because antiques were typically smaller for the most part.
Oh, interesting.
You know, chairs, but people in general were smaller. Chests were smaller. Very often you can find, especially French, were very petite with their furnishings, so you can find things that fit.
Look at that suite.
Yes.
What is going on in these photos?
So this client is actually from Norway. So that map above the fireplace is one I sourced actually off First Dibs. It's an 1800s authentic map of Norway. That piece of art you see there is the one I towed back from the Paris flea market.
You put that in a bag and
That's the
brought
one.
that on your carry-on?
I did. So this was the client trying to give a nod to her culture. And so those patterns are all Norwegian. Yeah.
Now, when you look for art in a flea market, does it matter to you whether or not it's signed?
Not unless I'm going to do the deep dive and track it all down. I am on a push right now to make art more of an investment and to partner with true, appraisal people who can help my clients spend money wisely.
Sure.
The way I see it is nobody's framing their stocks and bonds.
Right.
So why not just go ahead and buy an artist's piece that you really love, that you feel confident is at least going to hold its value, if not substantially grow in value. And it changes the investment sometimes that a client's willing to make. Same thing with antiques.
Okay, so say, Susanna, I'm not with you, I'm on a trip to Paris, I'm walking around the Marché aux Puces. What are things that somebody should be looking for at a flea market to bring back home? Say they only have a big LL Bean tote and they can fill it with a bunch of trinkets. What are things that will pack a big punch in a home that you can source at a flea market?
My favorite thing to hunt is plates, oyster plates. I feel like there are many artworks that have so much history behind them. Yes,
oh my gosh.
Exactly that. That's my personal passion. So anything that has history like that, but so much texture, so much pattern, and I can do so much with those. So that's my go-to find at a flea market, mixed with textiles, anything textiles.
Can you eat off of, like, okay, so years ago, I bought like 500 pieces or something crazy at an auction of Quimper china.
Okay.
Old French Quimper china.
Okay.
And I was so naive at the time that I thought, oh great, I can eat off of this and it can, beautifully be around a table. And then I realized you can't eat off of it, because I guess because of lead or because it was so old. It's really meant more to be decorative. So I basically, it's all in storage, and I just need to start hanging everything.
You do.
Because I guess if you can't eat off of an old plate, you can always use it as a decorative
that's
wall
how
piece.
my dining room is. It's a series of plates hung. Yeah.
All different colors and shapes and sizes.
It's a collection.
Do you think also when you're looking for pieces at a flea market, it's good to look for collections of things? Do you have collections of different items?
Yes, I think if you find maybe it's a type of a glass work that you're really into, or a particular glass artist, or anything that speaks to you. If you start pulling a collection together, it's more usable,
right?
And it's easier to get a good look with it without getting too eclectic, if you know what I mean.
We were just talking to a friend yesterday on the show. His name is Javier Burkle. He's a designer based out of Dallas.
Okay.
And one of the things he said he loves to collect are tortoise shells.
Oh, yes.
So he's always on the hunt for a tortoise shell. But he said that, you can't put them all in one room, because then people are like, oh, does he have a, like, what's going on in here? This is like the tortoise room. So they're kind of like all spread out all over his house. What is your next trip coming up that you're excited about?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, we're headed to LA, believe it or not.
I feel like the Rose Bowl there has lots of treasures.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot going on. And I feel like there's some more domestic things that I haven't fully explored, like Round Top. I haven't done a deep dive there, so that's coming up on the agenda. But we love New York. We hit New York multiple times a year.
You're right. I think it's important to remember that you don't have to go to these exotic, faraway places to scour, to find beautiful treasures. I mean, there are so many of them that are here at markets and flea markets that we have. We actually just did a whole Homeworthy episode all about shopping Round Top. I have never been. I am totally overwhelmed by it.
Really?
But I feel like if you've got a good map and a good plan, you can probably sort it out.
Right? Well, I hear it morphs. They keep bringing different things out, like different parts of the show. So I have such FOMO.
Well, you'll be there soon enough, and then we can't wait to hear what you find and bring back.
Absolutely.
Well, Susanna, thank you so much for talking about all of your travels and sharing inspiration about how to use antiques.
Absolutely.
This has been such a treat. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Next up, we have Cynthia Ferguson. You may recall her stunning Homeworthy holiday home tour. She's here to share her take on bold, artisan-driven design. Thank you for coming by.
Congratulations.
Brought to you by GE Profile, smarter innovation for life uncomplicated.
This is your new kitchen assistant. Grocery planning shouldn't feel like a chore. There's a smarter way to handle your grocery list. With Scan to List, just scan items as you finish them, and they're instantly added to your digital shopping list, even while someone else is doing the shopping. Or have your groceries delivered directly to your door. Food waste happens, but it doesn't have to. With Fridge Focus, an interior camera keeps you connected to what's inside your fresh food drawers, so you never end up with duplicates or let fresh ingredients go to waste. Meal planning doesn't have to be stressful. Give your brain a break and follow simple step-by-step guides with a built-in recipe app. With plenty of recipes to choose from, your next inspired meal is just a tap away. Scan the QR code to learn more about this GE Profile refrigerator.
Hey Homeworthy fans, Garo Kedigan here, New York City interior designer. Those of you who know my work know that I shop the Paris flea markets extensively, and today I'm going to let you in on a few secrets to the tricks of the trade. So the Paris flea market is actually technically not in Paris. It's actually just outside of Paris. The Porte Clignancourt is actually just adjacent to the Paris city center. So actually when you take a cab, I always tell my clients to make sure you tell the cab driver that you're going to the Marché aux Puces in Saint-Ouen, Rue de Rossier. Rue de Rossier is where most of the markets are. And if you tell the cab driver that you're going to Rue de Rossier and you're not specific about Saint-Ouen, he might take you to some random place in Paris. Each of the markets has its own specialty. But as a New York City interior designer, I really want to focus in on the ones that feature the furniture and the lighting. These are the Serpette Market, which is the indoor market, and the adjoining Paul Bert Market, which is the outdoor market. Come on, let's take a look.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
It's easy to become overwhelmed in the Paris flea markets because there's so much to see. But I always tell people to come prepared. Of course, as an interior designer, I always come with my furniture plans, some fabric schematics, and of course, a list of all the things that I'm looking for and a measuring tape. It's key. You have to measure and see what things are. Scale is very important, of course. When you're looking at things in the flea market, sometimes you'd be inspired by the most amazing, gorgeous things that you might not have on your list. There's always room for something fabulous in your house, that's for sure. Bonjour, monsieur, ça va?
Bonjour,
ça va bien?
Merci.
Merci. This is one of my favorite little booths here in the flea market. I've bought many things from Monsieur Olivier. He has the most wonderful collection of mid-century modern pieces. I've bought many light fixtures, and this fabulous coffee table caught my eye the other day. Fits perfectly, I think. In one of my projects. Of course, when you're shopping the Paris flea markets, you'll see so many great things, but the important thing is to keep in mind that you understand the scale and the size of the pieces that you're considering. So that's why it's critical to have a measuring tape. I always carry around a small one in my pocket because, you know, sometimes the larger ones get very heavy. But it's always actually very helpful to have the centimeters on one side, because they like to do everything in centimeters here, and the inches on the back side. It works perfectly. Bonjour Frédéric, ça va?
Ça va?
Oui, bien,
bien?
merci. Bien.
Ça fait plaisir de te voir.
Merci. Je viens toujours mon vendeur favori. I always have my favorite vendors, of course. And Frédéric is one of them. It's called Simone. You should follow them on Instagram. Fabulous stuff. Look at these wonderful chairs. Les chaises sont magnifiques.
Oui.
Ils sont italiennes.
Exactement.
Et vous avez combien?
Italiennes, il y en a 6.
6.
Elles sont très élégantes.
Wow, oui.
La couleur est très très jolie, c'est un noyer blond.
C'est vraiment beau.
Ouais, j'adore.
Oui, j'aime le petit détail.
Ah ouais, sur les pieds.
Les pieds.
Ouais, ils sont vraiment très chics.
Wow. Look at this beautiful detail. See how the leg flares out at the bottom? Such a subtle but beautiful detail. Of course, I always have to recover all my stuff when I buy it, but it's always nice that the vendors actually take such pride in their beautiful pieces and they actually recover them in brand new fabrics. How fabulous would these chairs be in a house in the Hamptons? I'm working on a fabulous project in Southampton, and I think these would be the perfect breakfast chairs in there. What do you think?
We're back now speaking with Cynthia Ferguson, the Toronto designer you may recall from her Homeworthy holiday home tour. She's here to show us how modern craftsmanship and handmade details are making a real impact in luxury interiors. Welcome, Cynthia.
Thank you for having me.
I am meeting you for the first time in real life, but I feel like I already know you from your amazing Homeworthy episode.
Thank you. It's been great to be able to connect with so many of your viewers through that. I have to say, it was probably one of the most warm and welcoming audiences ever.
Thank you for saying that. I loved the look that you had during this tour, and it was the holidays, so it was so festive. And I'm thrilled that you received such warm feedback, although I'm not surprised.
Thank you. It was great, and it was so super to do it. I absolutely loved it.
It is funny to look kind of at holiday footage right now. I feel like we're like
sitting in Orlando.
Yeah, sitting in 80-degree weather. But how do you approach design when it comes to your own house?
Cautiously.
Really?
Yes. I would say that more often than not, I keep fabrics and finishes and lamps galore that I absolutely love and hope to place with clients. And then when I don't, we try them out at home. So often I take a risk at home and we'll do things that clients might find difficult just to show them what's possible.
And then you can show them that it works.
I can show them that it works, or I can tell them that actually it didn't work.
And, okay, so then if it doesn't work, what do you do with the item?
Well, we might change it and adapt it in a way that might work.
You'd use it differently. It doesn't mean you need to get rid of it. You just find a new home for it.
Yes, or a new application.
Okay.
Yeah.
How would you describe your personal sense of design?
Definitely maximalist, layered, curated, and traditional.
Okay, so I have a question because I love the all black look that you're wearing. Do you normally dress in neutral colors but have sort of this maximalist sense of design at home?
So no, traditionally I'm always in color. In fact, one of my friends today said to me, I've never seen you in black.
Oh, that's so
and
funny.
I said, yes, but There's a little bit, and then the back of my jacket.
Oh my gosh,
or I guess
wait.
this way.
Wait, oh, hold
Here's
on,
my
Can we see this?
maximalism.
Turn around. Look at this.
Yeah.
This gorgeous serpent.
So
that's your wow moment.
Yes, I'm black and white today, but there's always a little pizzazz.
So speaking of pizzazz, we're going to talk about a return of craftsmanship.
Yes.
Because I think that is such a fascinating topic, and you were just discussing it on the luxury lounge.
We were.
What are some of the takeaways from that?
I think really that craftsmanship has always been around and is here to stay. And one of the concerns that really was raised in our panel was that the new generation isn't going into the makers, the craftsmanship field. And the concern for really what will happen when that generation isn't producing or going into those types of arts, and are they going to be gone? So that was one of the...
Why are the new generations not going to craftsmanship?
I feel like they don't necessarily understand the impact that they could have in creating. And I also know from my own experience that a lot of trades and craftsmen don't really understand that there's a whole business aspect to it. So it's not just about being an incredible plaster maker or artist. You also have to know how to run a business, and perhaps they don't really know how big that business could be.
I think that can be such a tricky line, though, for artists and craftsmen, because they're so good at what they do.
Yes.
And the marketing aspect of it and the business aspect is maybe just not part of the equation for them, because they're truly artists.
Very true. Not that much different from interior designers.
Sure. How do you see the return of craftsmanship in kitchen and baths specifically?
I think that one of the areas that we've really seen it in kitchens and baths is in tiles lately. I am seeing an awful lot of handcrafted tiles and stamped tiles. We were talking this morning about the return of the 90s, and that we're seeing kiln-fired tiles again, and that they're stamped with shapes for that handmade quality that everybody really relishes as a slow production instead of fast production. And I can see the tiles, lighting in kitchens and baths, custom and craftsmanship constantly. That seems to be a moment that we're really seeing explode right now, is handmade light fixtures.
So say someone is not working with a designer. Like, I wouldn't know how to go about finding a beautiful tile that's maybe vintage and dates back to an earlier time period. I mean, what, I would check on Etsy. Where do I look?
Yes, Etsy.
Really?
Seriously. We've actually been buying quite a significant number of products from makers on Etsy, and we look at it as a lower risk because the acquisition price usually isn't very high. So it might be a $400, oh, that didn't work, as opposed to a $10,000, oh, that didn't work, if you're working at the higher end. I would say more than anything, when our Etsy products come in, we're blown away by the craftsmanship and what we can get and how beautiful the objects are for a very budget-friendly moment in a room, which we were saying, instead of high-low, now it's slow-fast combination, which we really loved.
Let's talk about sort of modern craftsmanship. Because I think some people might think, oh, I don't want my house to feel like too dated or too old. How do you bring in artisan work and craftsmanship work where it still feels modern and fresh?
I think a lot of that comes down to the combination of materials, truly. I think it's maybe not so much the style, but the combination of materials. So metal and glass are huge together in a more modern application instead of wood, perhaps. So maybe the glass is etched, maybe the metal
maybe is all reeded and you're making a beautiful coffee table with a smoked glass top. That would be more modern in styling than it would be traditional, and that takes 2 craftsmen to be able to produce that one coffee table for you, or a designer.
Right. So if you have a limited budget, how do you decide where to splurge and where to save without compromising?
I think one of the most important things to think about, first of all, is longevity of your piece. Are you going to have this piece for 10 years? Is this an accent piece in a room that might run you 2 years instead? And I think that's where we really look at where to spend and where to pull back. So if I was going to start, I would say start with your lampshades. Everybody has lamps. You could up the ante on your lampshades, go custom, and work with a sewing room or a craftsperson who knows how to do pleated shades with accent ribbons or with velvets, so that you're adding wow, but the investment isn't that large. It's less than a yard of fabric. You could probably find it at a flea market, but the customization then of your lamp, you've really elevated it.
Okay, and if you were going to like really spend on something or a couple things, you don't have to limit it to one. I want to know what all the things that you think somebody should spend money on.
I would definitely do a statement light fixture.
Okay.
Light fixtures really take the room to the next level. Everybody has a couch and a coffee table and a side table, but a light fixture is really the jewelry of a room. If I were going to spend my money, it would be on an incredible light fixture, and it would be handcrafted, maybe by a plaster maker, which would be phenomenal and wouldn't be as trendy because it would be white in the plaster, which doesn't go out of style. I would definitely employ a metal worker. I love metal in rooms. And
to do what?
I would do the base of cabinets. I could do a beautiful table where the wood is the top or the drawer, but the base could be metal. You could make it look like twigs and leaves. You could really have an artisanal moment. A metal bed with vines growing up it.
Have you done this?
I have not, but I actually just saw it done, and it blew me away, and I actually met the manufacturer here yesterday. And I had noticed it in a magazine, and then I noticed it on their booth, and I couldn't believe it. And it started with little florets. That was it. And I think something that keeps coming up is the only limitation truly is your imagination and the limitation of the materials. That's it.
Right. I mean, if you can dream it these days, you can
dream it, you can have it.
Okay. Have you ever spent too much money for yourself on something that didn't end up being worth it?
Oh, it didn't end up being worth it. I would say probably a fabric failure. So a fabric that was great but didn't last as long as I expected it to, which I think a lot of us went through in COVID, where we were overusing our couch because we were home, and you lived 5 years in 2 years on your couch, and
everything needed to be recovered.
Everything needed to be recovered. Yeah. So I would say fabric failure. Other than that, no, because I'm very slow to make choices for my home.
Intentional.
Totally intentional, and also we're exposed to so much as designers that, you know, we don't necessarily get decision paralysis, but we see so much, we consider more carefully.
Speaking of something maybe considered, I want to bring up a photo that we have, because in one of your projects you worked with an artisan to create some stunning flowers on a wall.
Plaster maker in Toronto.
Wow.
Anthony Vallon Studios. Anthony's amazing. I fully admit I have a crush on his brain. He's amazing.
So funny.
He's amazing. And the client that we created this for, her favorite flower was the daisy. And I created 3 sort of distinctive rooms in her foyer of her home. And we wanted art in the first that was historical. The middle room, we wanted art that was modern. And the third, as you walk through, we went for texture. So we went to Anthony's studio, and I said, I think I want to do this huge daisy wall for our client. What do you think? And Anthony's first reaction always is, this is amazing. And then it was, well, how are we going to attach them and layer them? And you can see here too, some of the leaves are folded forward, some are flat against the wall. I never would have come up with the different layered textures that he did and the different shapes for the daisies. So it was incredible to see him make them. And then he arrived with boxes of daisies.
And how did he attach them to the wall?
They are all attached with plaster to the wall.
And some of them have the yellow centers and others don't.
He painted them afterwards and then added a little bit of yellow to some and a little bit of gold to some and left some white. So he and I sat with this wall and I couldn't watch the installation. I was terrified of them falling. He didn't break any of them, which was unbelievable. And then we sat there and sort of picked which ones we would do yellow and which we would do gold together. I was thrilled with the results, as was
and nobody
the client.
has this except your client.
Nobody has it. And in fact, she went on and built another house and moved on from this house. And we did another installation that was completely different. Anthony's amazing. Every time we work together, he always says, oh, we have to do more, and what else can we do? And we always push the envelope.
Oh, well, that's helpful to have one of those people.
Totally is.
All right, I also have another visual I want to put up. You also make fabric yourself with screen printing. Am I reading this correctly?
So I have done it in conjunction with Christopher Farr Fabrics. I was so lucky. I was able to go to the factory in England and make fabric with them. We used the Christopher Farr patterns and then I recolored them. I reimagined them, and I have to say it was an unbelievable process. And they let me play with the screens and pull everything along. It moved me. It was incredible. So we did this with blues and purples, which I find very difficult to find in the market. So we did this, and we've actually sold the color combination to a lot of clients in our projects. That's the owner, Mikkel, of Christopher Farr Fabrics, who is brilliant.
We featured her, actually.
She's amazing, and being able to I spent the whole day there. I love this. This is the lavender and the blue, and then these were the colors that I had sent ahead that you can just see.
Oh, that's so pretty.
And then we remade them.
I'm like getting very excited watching these videos.
It was amazing. It was amazing. And then I had recolored Carnival for them, which was one of their original fabric patterns, in purple and pink and green years ago, and it still thrills me to see it installed by other designers in their projects.
I also feel like you can't go wrong with a stripe.
You can't go wrong with a stripe.
Everybody needs a stripe.
Everybody needs a stripe. Every project needs a stripe. And in fact, I was just in Paris at Deco Off at the fabric show, and every fabric house is launching a stripe collection this year. So if you don't have a stripe you like yet,
get a stripe.
They are coming. Yes. Yeah.
Do you find a lot of inspiration from going to these different shows? What do you come back with that sort of like, do you just get recharged from an inspiration standpoint?
I get recharged. It's also a moment to be able to connect with our reps in a setting that is more than a quick half-hour run-through.
Not on Zoom?
Yeah, and it's relationship building with other creatives from all over the world that you run into or are introduced to or sit beside at a dinner. But more so, it's seeing what's coming. It's seeing the brilliance of Pierre Frey, for instance, and what they are launching that we will see in 5 months. But knowing what's coming tends to change how I start to tweak our projects.
Well, speaking of what's to come, I mean, what are you seeing out there in this world, whether it be from a trip to Paris or wherever, that you think is going to be big?
I'm finding scale, and the play of scale is really starting to change. There was a beautiful wallpaper company in Paris from Belgium who produced a print that were poppies. And poppies aren't new. Everybody has seen a poppy, but it was offered in 3 different scales.
Oh.
And the 3rd scale was actually installed on the wall in the showroom, and it was massive. So an 11-foot wide wall only had 3 poppies on it. that takes a traditional moment, a traditional flower, into a modern home, because the scale is completely different and perceived differently. Where when the repeat is very small, it's more traditional, a little more British. And I think that sort of playing with scale means that we could actually incorporate patterns into different styles of projects, but with this same object.
It's also really just a smart move to make different scales of
Smart
the same
business
thing
move.
because you look at a room and you're like, okay, I have 2 slipper chairs that need to be recovered, but I
Yes.
already have a small print, so I can't use this because I need a bigger print. Well, now they have it in the larger print.
I think too, scale and playing with it really makes a room more interesting.
Yeah.
And
Right.
I think that when we see people who love small scale and they do everything on a small scale, the eye doesn't pick it up and it doesn't have the energy. Where if we switch scale, it provides a room with energy and it's way more interesting, especially big light fixtures.
Well, you're just a fountain of information, Cynthia. I could just sit here for another 30 minutes talking to you, but I'm getting the wrap it up behind me. But thank you so much for coming by, and thank you for inviting us into your home on
Absolutely.
Homeworthy. It was such a treat. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Well, and with that, day 2 of the Homeworthy and KBIS Live Studio wraps. What an incredible marathon of inspiring conversations, from exceptional craftsmanship to forward-thinking, resilient design. We've been so lucky to hear from today's leading voices in the industry who shared insights that truly energized the show floor. A huge thank you to NKBA, KBIS, our amazing guests, and everyone who tuned in. Join us tomorrow for even more ideas, innovation, and inspiration. We'll be back tomorrow with more live coverage. See you then. Thank you for coming by.
Thank you so much for having me.
It was so fun to talk to you.
I loved.
This segment is sponsored by GE Appliances. Explore good things for life, built for America.
Be good. I'll be home after dinner. Abby, don't eat that.
Oh no.
Don't worry. Drop it, Scout. Drop it. No.
Cut down cook time. Speed up cleanup with GE Appliances' new Easy Wash Oven Tray.
How'd it go? Easy peasy. Perfect little angels.
So, what do you think? I give her 2 weeks.